guys, how's it going? Let me go ahead and get everything started real quick. God, this music is blasting pretty loud. Let me turn this down. It's a little bit too inspirational right now. I don't think there's no such thing as inspiration, too much inspiration. Okay, hey, my ex has been acting up, right? And Vic is supposed to message me about a debate, and it's disappeared. He's supposed to send me a link, and I never got the link to the debate. And my opposition tonight is also asking me for the link, and I can't give it to him because, alas, my messages, it's disappeared. So if anybody can reach out to Vic and say, hey, X is acting up and I don't have these messages. I sent him a message. I said, hey, bro, are you getting my messages? And it's like, just my messages are going through. That's it. And it's like, I'm not getting anything from him. The guy Scope also messaged me back like, hey, we're supposed to get this debate going on. And I'm not seeing anything as far as like anything. Maybe Vic, if you can get a hold of me through, I'm not even on his Discord. And I don't think that he's on my Discord either. This is the whole X Spaces debacle. Vic, if you can hear me right now, we should exchange phone numbers because, I mean, exchanging on X is just crazy. Relentless says that X took a cyber hit yesterday, hasn't been right since. I think Andrew Wilson has also been affected by the cyber thing too, which is crazy. I'm supposed to message Vic how when I don't have him on my X because X is relentlessly, pun intended, taking down my messages. I don't see anything yet. Okay. Okay, yes, good. He just messaged me right now. The other guy is ready. Okay, I messaged you on IG. Hold on. All right, I just had to give Vic my phone number so he could text me so that we're not in this conundrum and not having to rely on apps and stuff. Phone numbers are really the way to go. Oh, wait, he said 8:45 Eastern, so that was like, what, 15 minutes ago? Hold on real quick. Let me try to figure this out. Time zone's messed up. I mean, I suppose we can cover some content, right? I got plenty of content that I could bring up, actually. Really good stuff. It's 8:09 Eastern right now. Okay. Yeah, I got my time zones mixed up. Okay. It's 8:09. So in, what is this? In 50 minutes. This is so crazy. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm supposed to be here in like what is it, an hour? I'll be back. You know what? I might as well stay on. Half an hour. You know what, Fearless? I appreciate it. You are the fearless moderator in the chat helping me out and navigating through this freaking conundrum. I lost my hat, my black hat. Can't find it, so I'm wearing a beanie right now. This is crazy work right now. I'm gonna have to do this. All right. Well, he said he's ready. I'll send him the link. when it's ready. It's 6:15 here, or 6:10 here. Okay, he says it's 5:10 for them, but it's like 6. What? I'm an hour ahead? I hate time zones so much. Okay, I feel like an artard because I showed up right now for this whole stream and this debate, when really it's like, I don't mind hanging out for about 30 more minutes. And this is cool. Okay, so he's going to send the link at like 15 till, I suppose. And debate begins at 7 p.m. Okay, so I mean, 7 p.m. my time, right? I was wondering, because I was like, okay, this link is supposed to be sent to me, and then I found out that X is screwing up. His messages are disappearing. Send him my number. We're also communicating on Instagram. I know I'm kind of oversharing right now, but this is what's supposed to happen. It's crazy when you rely on normal functions like an app like X and everything else to communicate, when that gets hit with a cyber attack. And we'll just figure this out as we go along. Crazy. Time zones are a bitch, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't really understand why, but I mean, I do. I just don't like having to deal with this stuff, right? When it comes to all this. So the whole X thing has been acting up on me regardless. Let me message my opposition because he apparently is ready. I was thinking that he was going to be kind of nervous tonight because I messaged him. And matter of fact, let me let you guys in on something real quick. I might as well do this because I'm probably going to do a little bit of an overshare right now. Let's get to it. I might as well show you guys a little bit of some insight that led up to this. Here we go, because I'm going to show you guys my chat. And there's a reason why, right? I guess you guys are going to see a bit of my messages, like read some of them. I don't care. I don't really have anything to hide, right? Let's get into, because it's going to show like other messages that I've gotten from people and stuff. Let me go ahead and share this screen real quick so we can get into Marte's personal message. This is me and the opposition talking, mind you. Let's get into this. This is very interesting. This is why I thought that this guy was probably going to be kind of scared, right? So right here, he messages me, right? And he says, I agree marriages are good for society in general. However, I don't agree that ecclesiastical marriages are practical in today's society. That would probably be a better debate topic because we likely agree that marriage is good for society in general, whatever. I said, we can debate ecclesiastical marriages then. Perfect. What dates are you available? He said, I thought we agreed on Tuesday, 18th. And then yesterday, he sent me a message. He says, just so we're clear, since you're backing out, I won by default. Didn't see the messages, right? Because probably I didn't respond to him. And then I responded back to him. I said, I'm not backing out. It's tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I've never ran from a debate. I wish you luck. See you tomorrow. Then I said, bro, the guy will send you the link. The debate is in an hour. Good luck. Right? And then he's asking me about the link and all this other stuff. Let's go ahead and remove that. So that's the thing, though, is like, I wish my opponents good luck because they're definitely going to need all the luck they can in the world, right? So, I mean, I'm here. I might as well kind of prattle a little bit. Let's see if I got some content for you guys. There's a lot in store that I have. I'm going to have a special guest on the show or the podcast pretty soon when it comes to all of this. It's just crazy. I have 2 debates back to back. I have tonight's debate that is in about, in half an hour from now that I got. And then I also have a debate tomorrow. regarding like this whole red pill stuff, right? So there's a lot that I have, a lot of content that I have coming to the stage. Tomorrow's debate is going to be extremely interesting, and this is what it's going to be. Red pill mass fear causes more harm than good for men. I will be in the affirmative, or the negative, saying that it doesn't cause more harm than good for men. This is going to be a really good debate, and I look forward to that as well, too. Everybody else, if you just joined me right now, I've preemptively shown up on stream. Oh, my goodness. Okay, you know what? I was like, you know what? I should just kind of come back a little bit later once I find my hat, but screw it. I mean, the gloves are coming off tonight, especially when it comes to this topic, which is going to be extremely serious, that I happen to be trying to cover. This is not only an egregious thing to say that we should deal with no marriage. By the way, we smashed the like button. We have Thumping Weevil in the chat who is married. So obviously, she may be an advocate for marriage, right? I'm an advocate for marriage. I think that this is a great, great sacrament, a great covenant that we should all embrace. However, the black pill looms amongst us as a propagated ideology. We should abandon all hope at all costs, no matter what, when it comes to marriage, because she can divorce great me in court, and this is what can happen. Whoa, my God, the sky is falling, Chicken Little rhetoric that's happening, right? I think that we should also move forward with traditional families. I think this is good. Angel says, Marte, shout out to you for defending Andrew on the lead attorney stream. Yes. Crazy work. I wish I wanted to get up and defend, but I couldn't do this. Says, we are not black pill, bro. Yeah, you're including the opposition, which, do you even know him? Like, that's the thing, though. You're assuming what he is or isn't. Not Law says, how did Marte get his knowledge? AI, AIO. Yeah, where was AI at Jubilee when I wrecked this billionaire? I didn't have a computer or laptop in front of me, didn't have my phone. But somehow, coincidentally, without the aid of anything else in Jubilee IRL, I was able to just spitfire and refute his statements. Crazy how that works, right? How I could just be a good debater without needing any of this stuff in person. No phone in hand, no AI, nothing. I will say during one debate on, Grid One stream, that I did use Grok, right? I was reading it verbatim, this and that, tested it out. Think it's pretty bad to use it, because so the problem with using Grok during a debate is you can't really refute things in real time. You can't like go to like the time it takes to Google a person's reputation to a question, you already are lagging. That's the problem. So you're always going to have a lagging problem with AI, Grok, or anything else like this. It's better to just know the info before you have a debate, or study before you get to any debate that you're going to do, right? Matter of fact, I wrote notes. I wrote all kinds of notes for this debate. All the notes are actually on my phone. You could say, well, Marte's using AI, all this other stuff. But it's like, this is the thing, right? When it comes to writing notes, I think that that's also good to study and have your notes handy. A lot of people will have like a notebook, things like this. I write all my notes on this, right? And I scroll down, right? These are my notes for one thing. This is like a speech against like locals that I wrote. So yeah, I got my intro down, my marriage intro, everything else. Paradoxical questions that I'll ask and answer, things like that. This isn't AI, by the way. This is a note-taking app, right? And that's the thing, though. So that's the thing. I like doing debates, and I think a debate is just a really strenuous conversation. I wouldn't even say strenuous. I would say a passionate conversation of two people deliberating ideology to try to see if there's faulty logic. And it's like a fact-finding conversation, to be honest. That's really what this is. Shouts out to Work Academics. Best of luck to you tonight. Thank you. Even though I think that you and I have a debate pretty soon, too. You and I have a debate that will be scheduled on Grid Ones, I think. Matter of fact, I'll send you my email address if you could set up anything else. We'll just contact through my Gmail and we'll set it up that way. If you want it. Matter of fact, I usually don't put out my information, but hell, let's do it. It's my name at gmail.com. Let me go ahead and send this real quick. So, Work Academics. You don't have to get an IG or anything like that. Just DM me there at marterelis@gmail.com. And we'll message back and forth and set up this debate, which I don't mind doing that. I'll debate you on this as well, too. But I mean, of course, I don't like using the same argument. So with yours, I'm going to use a different strategy, a different argument, because I don't want to show the same hand twice during two fights, because I always like switching things up. Even if I was to debate a Transformer person again, I'd use a different argument, because I think that's how you grow. I don't think you grow using the same argument. We can to some degree, right? But I think there's going to be deviation because the opposition has seen our hand before and adjusted their tactics. So we're constantly deferring to using a different argument, a different angle, things like this when it comes to logic. Mind you, I'm not reading AIs. I'm telling you all this right now. This is just my informed decision of making speech, right? So that's the thing, though. When we think about this, I think that it's good for us to engage in the opposition. In person, IRL, in debates. I think that this is also good. I appreciate everybody for tuning in on this spurg. This is like me spurging too. Well, actually, I'm just prattling. It's Marte Prep. We'll just call it that. So yeah. Thumping Weevil, let's get to some of these comments. Thumping Weevil said, some people are just mad. The ones who assume people get info from AR are the ones who use it. Yeah, to me, I think that could be definitely possible. But here's the thing, though. Put me in a room with anybody. I'll debate them without using anything. My hands shown like this, like as I shown in the debate. I want to show the stream real quick, but then Jubilee already gave me a strike for premiering my debate with just me on my own channel. This is crazy. I want to go in on how Jubilee is doing this, and I think it's unfair. I think it should be fair use, but it's not apparently. So. Work Academics, if you see my email, you can message me there. We can set up the debate. Grid 1 is anxious to get the ball rolling on that. I don't mind getting things ready for that, especially if you want to go to fisticuffs in a verbal sparring match with me. That's good. I implore it. I think anybody and everybody should do this and engage in debate. Not only do I think that this is good, but I also think that it develops you, grows your cojones, makes you more brave, courageous, and also gets your thinker moving, right? To me, I think it takes all this and more. So, Not Law says $200 an hour is my debate rate. Well, unfortunately for you, nobody is gonna pay you $200. And the reason why I'll say this is Roma Army wanted to charge me for doing a debate, when really it's like she wouldn't pay me to do a debate. And I've destroyed professors, attorneys, lawyers, people like this, and I don't charge people to debate, but she wants to do it for free. The problem with that, Not Laws, let me put it back on the screen. This is why you don't charge people to do debates. Let's say that me and Not Laws debated, and I got destroyed by you, right? Let's say you just destroyed me in a debate. People can then say it's rigged because you paid me to win. This is why we don't charge people to do debates. This is one of the number one reasons, is because people can then say it's rigged because you were paid. This is the number one reason why we don't charge to debate, because somebody can then accuse the other person to say that it was rigged. If I was going to fight Mike Tyson, and the ref say you can accept money from the other fighter before the fight and this got out, everybody would be pissed and say the fight was rigged. They would literally say this. Marte got paid $200 to take the fall in the debate. Whereas if people don't accept money or pay other people to debate, they can't accuse the rigging in the fight to say somebody was paid to take a fall. That's why I don't charge to do debates, because you're going to fight for something virtuous. Like, you also have to have an audience. Like, if you show up and there's like 5 people watching your stream, are you really worth $200? Like, to me, I would understand if Andrew Wilson showed up and charged $500 to debate. Well, Andrew's going to have at least 7,000 viewers watching. He's going to bring people in an audience to a debate. Or how can you justify this if you only have like 50 subscribers to your channel? Like, there's no justification for that. Because you're not bringing the audience to somebody else's channel. Like, you have to actually bring eyeballs to a debate. So I think that this is good. I think that it's important, right? This is why we don't accept money from our opponents to do a debate, let alone anybody else to do a debate. Matter of fact, when I did a debate on Jubilee, they only paid me $50. I don't know if you guys know that. I barely cashed that check today, just threw it in the bank, right? $50. This is just the stipend. You know, it's a good stipend. So, hey, Zora, I appreciate it, man. Thank you for, I can't even speak correctly. Let me get this. I'm getting all the mistakes and glitches out of my system before we start this debate. Thanks, Zora, for posting the debate. By the way, I have to get back to you in your messages, by the way, too. Not Laws, who is my fearless detractor forever in the chat, by the way, says, I already know I'll lose a debate. I'm an echo chamber. Reason is not your modus of operandi. I don't think you're an echo chamber because we disagree a lot. It's not even. Matter of fact, you disagree with a lot of my chat, by the way, which I implore you to show up and disagree. I don't mind that. I implore my detractors to show up. Not Laws, a foreign socialist that shits in America any chance he gets, talks crazy about economics when he does know anything about. That he does know anything about. Good Lord, my literacy rate just dropped. And you know why I think it dropped? I think it's because I'm about to suffer black fatigue, i.e. my opponent, that is black. I am definitely going to be suffering severe, major black fatigue tonight in my debate against my opponent, who, by the way, obviously may be a part of the black fatigue community itself. So that's the thing. In an echo chamber, sorry, in a cell phone, yeah, I think the Freudian slip may have been properly timed and exposed a little bit too much for you, right? So that's the thing we have to think about. I love doing in-person debates. I will do another IRL debates. Jubilee has asked me to show up about 3 or 4 more episodes, which I look forward to doing. They send me an email, and I don't care who it is. I'll debate anything right now. So I think attention is good when it comes to that. I did refuse a debate on Jubilee. They wanted me to debate a doctor who was against RFK's policies and his ideology. I just said, nah, I don't want to do that. But I'm in constant talks with the casting over there. We're going to see what's going to happen. So, work academics, you may be a detractor, but I appreciate your neutrality when it comes to certain things, like this comment right here. I see you growing to a big channel before. You know what? Very entertaining. Well, it's shit. People can look at me and say, well, this guy's fucking prattling forever. So it's like, I'm glad you guys are tired of me prattling, because I can talk forever when it comes to certain things, especially when it comes to relationship dynamics, all of that. By the way, which coincidentally, that's what this whole topic is. I think that when we're talking about marriage and the state of affairs when it comes to like people engaging, yay or nay, I think that is definitely in the scope of relationship dynamic. Because if you're going to date, where's the eventuality right? You're going to date for what? To what end? What's the goal? You're just going to date forever? Black pill? Not even black pill, red pill? Like, why are we dating? Is there an end goal of this? Yeah, I'm going to leave you guys in suspense because I'm not going to go into that because I don't want to reveal too much of my hand. This debate's going to be pretty good. Professor Dave. I don't know who that is. Like Dave Thomas from Wendy's? I mean, matter of fact, I'm actually kind of hungry. I should have gotten this. Damn, I just got a new job, by the way. Just to get through school. Crazy, right? That's where I got this beanie from. Amazon. Yeah, I know. I'm doing deliveries real quick to get through school. That's why, matter of fact, I'm going to announce this. I'm only going to be doing a stream 3 days a week because that's the only time I'm going to be available, which is what? Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. That's why I have these debates. Because I work, what is it, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 4/10s. And then I go to school on top of that, diesel mechanic school. So pretty rough having to rebuild the engine, put it back together, and then run routes all night. I mean, they told me that your feet would stop hurting after the first month. Mind you, this is temporary. I'm only doing this to get through school. Bills got to be paid because obviously the audience isn't grifting that much. So I got this job and I'm grateful for it. Hey, what's up, Grid? Grid says, what's up? He showed up early for this debate that is going to go down. Grid. So hold on, Grid. You can come up real quick if you want to discuss this. So apparently the debate on your channel that is going to happen is going to be with work academics. I know that tonight I have a separate marriage debate, but the debate that's going to be on your channel is going to be between me and this work academics guy. That's going to be good. Another banger, by the way. So there's 2 marriage debates that's coming up. It's one that's tonight. Ecclesiastical marriage is practical in today's society. And then the next debate, which is with work academics, the guy that Grid, the reason why I picked him over this guy is because you were on a panel with this guy, and this guy was like trying to kind of rebut some of your argument. So we'll see what happened. This is the other guy, Grid. This is the other dude. And I think we're going to avoid the me defending Andrew Wilson thing. So this is the other guy. Now, the only reason why I want to debate work academics is because we were on a whole panel together and he was like trying to refute some of my arguments. So we're still going to have a debate, but it's going to be about marriage. We're going to figure out what the prompt is, but I think that this debate is going to be volatile, the one that's going to happen tonight. And also, Cool Vic is doing his first moderation tonight. We've had volatile debates on your channel, and this is going to be volatile too. Matter of fact, I think this is actually going to be a pretty good debate. Matter of fact, if you guys haven't subbed to Grid One's channel, please sub right now. He holds debates every Friday, which unfortunately I won't be on because I'll be working those days. My schedule has changed so much, but I have to. The patriarchy must work so that way future people, or my future wife in the future is going to be like, damn, you graduated school. You're making a decent amount of money. I don't have to kill myself over this job. You've now provided me more freedom and options so that way I can make this house a home. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm going to school. That's why I'm getting my education. All that stuff. Grid says everyone wants to host debates these. Yes, that's true. You know what? Grid, I know my lane. I'm not a good moderator. Well, I don't know if I'm a good moderator or not. But my heart isn't in moderating. Today I know that I don't want to do debate moderation. It's like me being on the sidelines, wishing I was in the game fighting. I can't do that. This is why I love getting into this. So I've subbed to Grid. He's called me a lot of names by this point. Grid, yes, I did watch your debates. It was awesome. I think the debate host wearing the purple jacket was pretty cool. What is Jelly Roll? I forgot his name. But that debate was pretty cool. That debate was pretty awesome. So yeah, it was not only tomfoolery with my boy Rob. That was a really good debate. I really enjoyed that. That was awesome. And the other debates were also good too. Really good stuff. There are few good moderators. In fact, it is so rare to see a good one that people do not know when they see it. I can agree to that. That's a fair point. Yes, that's what his name was, Admiral Gibbs. The only gripe I have was like they kept interrupting the debate for super chats, and I was like, oh man, it kind of throws me off every time. But maybe that's the IRL format. Maybe that's just how they set it up. I don't know anything. What do I know? I'm just a random, regular, average debater. What do I know, right? Yes, Rob Noor versus Tomfoolery. If you guys haven't seen that, go check it out. Really good debate. Rob Noor stomped as usual. Really good stuff. Nimrod, Pinhead, Ding Dong, Stupid Socialist. Oh, good Lord. This is crazy. Yes, Fabian Liberty and Pentople was awesome. I still got to see that. That debate was probably pretty awesome. I look forward to seeing this. We'll definitely check this out. Work Academic says, I think you are better as a debater than a moderator. You have the gift of gab. Yeah, I think I'm decent, despite the whole Grok debacle. I can hold my own. I've done this on Jubilee. If you guys haven't seen Jubilee episode, go check it out. I have it on my YouTube channel. It's pretty good. No Grok, no phones in my hand, no AI. Completely wrecked this guy's dumb argument about sleep being a priority in America, which is unrealistic. When we have families falling apart, we need to change culture first before we start digging into people's pockets for this $2 million vanity project of just trying to be immortal. Just crazy arguments. Crazy stuff, right? Unreasonable Man says, I turned off the TTS. Oh. Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, I probably would have done that as well, too. Interesting. So, you know what? I have a conundrum that's going on right now. I want to go ahead and do this debate, but I'm also starving. I might just open up a can of or a jar of pickles. When I was dieting when I was competing as a pro, I would eat pickles when I was dieting because there's no carbs, just sodium, stuff like this. Good stuff, right? Grid says the problem is that a good moderator has to moderate. You have to be able to steer debaters back to the topic and keep them from spurging or going down rabbit holes. Yes, I think that during the debate with Greg, forgot his name, Coach Greg, and Andrew Wilson, the moderator only showed up one time. He was like non-existent throughout the whole debate. Greg Adams, that's what his name was, right? Coach Red Pill, whatever you want to call him. I think that that moderator should have been more proactive in that debate. I agree with that, for sure. That's an example I can point out of a moderator being non-existent. This is just crazy. When is the debate going to start? It's going to start in about 20 minutes. In about 5 more minutes, or what is it, 6 minutes, I'm going to get the link to join. And then it's going to be on like Donkey Kong, baby. We're going to get this started. We're going to get this shit started. I'm anxious. I feel like a bull in a pin right now. Really anxious to get ready for all of this. Sarah's not a good moderator. Easy is not a good moderator. Oof. Shots. Shots. Ooh, spicy takes here. This is some crazy takes. Full nuance. Oh, good Lord, Slouch. Yeah, all the names in the book, apparently. Grid 1 says Andrew is an excellent moderator. Now, that's rare. That's like a hat trick. If you can be an excellent debater and an excellent moderator, like we've already talked about how rare it is to find a moderator. But I think if you can do the two, that's even more rare. It's extremely rare. So speaking of which, when we're talking about rare, the new World War debate spectacle we're going to have, I think it's January 1st or January. This is going to be word war debate that's going to be happening. I look forward to this. Zinga says, what does it take to be a good moderator? You know what? Grid 1 would actually know more than me. The guy's moderated bunches of debates. I have not moderated a debate. I've witnessed this. I could just tell you like my own speculation, my own accounts of like, you should get there. It's like complaining about a ref. Reffing a game is really important if you know how to be a good referee. That's what a moderator is. They're only going to come in if there's like a foul, a play, something else. So it's very interesting. So I would look at moderators as ref. Grid, you would agree, right? I think that if you have a good ref, that's extremely important. It can make or break a good game between spectators watching sometimes, right? And moderate how things go, the flow of the debate, all this, right? Wolfmoto says, boy, Andrew sure cooked that Daniel Kikachu guy. Yes, definitely cooked. I'm talking about the incestual accounts of Muslims from country to cut crazy. The IQ, all that. That was just I love the nuance in that debate. Really good stuff. Mo, my debate opponent for tomorrow, says kick his ass, Seabass. Will do. Yes, Mo, I'm going to read this, even though it wasn't to me, because I think this is applicable, right? Biggest thing is being able to pay attention to the arguments and know when to stop debaters from going on topic, especially in time debates. Yes. Yes, we got Mo in the chat, my relentless, ironclad, iron-fisted moderator, relentless here for the blood sports. And I love it. I love it. Yes, that shit was funny as hell. Yeah, it was. It was freaking hilarious. Stay tuned. This is also going to be funny too. This debate that I'm engaging in about, 3 minutes, I'm going to get to, right? Yeah, for sure. This is the thing, Grid. I agree with you, and this actually proves my point even more. Remember when I said a referee mod is like a referee? He said, I have stopped the debate and redirected debaters when they have wandered off topic or they spend too much time and the argument goes circular. I think referees do the same thing too. When people keep making mistakes on the field, they say, no, this is a format. Let's stick to the format of this game in this arena. I think that they're almost one and the same. You could say that this is kind of like a functional equivalent. It's a referee and a moderator in a debate. They know the rules. They know when people get out of bounds. They know when unsportsmanlike conduct, according to the rules of the channel or anything like this happens, and will redirect you real quick and call you out on your own bullshit in front of an audience because they're a neutral party. Referee, moderator, right? I believe that that's a functional equivalent. How would I be wrong about that, right? You can't have a boxing match if you don't have a ref. Otherwise, it's just a brawl with no rules, regulations, and you don't know who won or lost, and you don't know if it's even fairly regulated. It could be a bloodbath that's just demonstrably just a circus show, a circus act for people, for sure. Says, but most people think a moderator is just there to keep time and try to keep the debaters from talking over each other. I think that's like a fraction of it. I think you have to pay attention to the arguments that are happening. And also what debaters can do too is they can also clarify things. Like if I was to say, I think what Grid 1 is saying is this and that. Is that correct? But then again, that's supposed to be me asking if the other person can steelman my argument. But moderators will also ask for clarification as well too. Things like this so that people don't talk past each other. They can then make the debate flow easier so that way it doesn't become circular as well too by doing that as well too. So Grid says, if you watch the moderation and Rob's debate from Friday night, Gibbs was awesome by asking the debaters to clarify yes, that's what I was saying. To clarify the point so they could see they were off topic and get back on track. Yes, clarification is important. A referee will redirect you to the field and say, no, this is where we're at on the scoreboard. This is where your yards are. This is where I don't watch football, by the way. I'm just rambling. But I think that's what they do as well, too. For sure. Wondering if I should learn to moderate before jumping in debate. What do you think? I think that you should debate, Zynga. I think you should be able to. Oh, here it comes. You have to learn to argue before you can tell other people how to argue. Yes, I was just saying that. Yes, true. The reason why is because I think you can identify errors. If I'm a boxer, I'm going to be a better referee because I know what a cheap shot is before getting into a neutral place. And then, thus telling people what a cheap shot is or isn't. Okay, let me go check to see if I got this. Here is the link. Send this to Cope. Oh, here we go. Boom. Okay, I can't copy this. What the hell? Copy message. Oh, good Lord. Here we damn go. What's crazy is I have to email myself the link because I don't trust X. Let me go to X right now and email this guy the link. See you there. Good luck. You'll need it. I didn't put that there, but he's going to need all the luck he can get. I don't know how cool Vic runs his panels or any of this stuff, but we're going to find out if this guy can moderate Grid or not. We're definitely going to find out. For sure. When Gibbs asked those questions, it allowed the debaters to understand what was going on, and instead of being pissed off for being corrected, they just moved on. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff, man. Not laws. I think you're coping a little bit. This is Zynga says, good advice, thanks, for sure. Yeah, Zynga, I think that it's better to be a ref who has boxed before than a guy who hasn't boxed and hasn't experienced this, because it's like your vision increases substantially on the field when you've actually done it before. All Wine, what's good? Welcome to the stream. I'm going to go ahead and grab a pickle. Crazy stuff. Let's, matter of fact, let me get on this. Let me link up to this guy's channel real quick. Let's see if Vic is ready. Let's get it all ready. This is the whole stuff about getting ready. I think that it takes a while. All right, let's link the stream here. Take this off. We are about to go to war, people. We're about to go to battle. I love it. Let's get freaking ready, right? Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Where's the StreamYard? Let me, okay. What a buffoon move I just did. StreamYard Studio, here we go. All right. Continue as IFBB Pro Marte Rayless. Yes. Enter the studio. Here we go. Let me put this up right now. Here we go. All right. Full screen. Let's enter the studio. All right. And okay, this is the format. This is how it looks. I like this.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could now. Did you send the link to the other guy? Because I can't message him.
I sent it to the other victim. I mean, the other guy. That's what I meant. Yeah.
All right, nice. All right, now I just got to move this to where people could see me too. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, I'm also streaming, by the way, too, live.
Yeah, I know. I was watching.
Backstage.
Well, yeah, we're backstage on my channel now, but I could see you. I was watching your stream.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know it, so I showed up early. Of course, my black card's been revoked, so I don't have to show up on Black People Time. So I have so much more freedom now. So it's like, here we go.
Yeah, and then we're trying to get our time zones all sorted out too, you know?
Yeah, I was talking to my stream about that. I was like, oh, so it's, my time zones are way off now.
Yeah, man, no worries. It happens, brother. Are you ready?
I hope he's ready. I mean, me, you already know, man. You know what time it is. I'm ready.
Oh,
Hopefully
yeah.
he's ready, man. I see you got the dual stream, the screen thing open. That's different.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for the vertical. You could do that now. We could have the vertical and the horizontal, so that's how it looks like.
Yeah, that's unique for sure. I like that. It's not bad.
Yeah, dude, I was watching your stream last night, dude. I was cracking up at Emmett last night, dude.
Oh, Emmett's crazy, man. He's good people though.
Oh yeah, no, dude, I love Emmett, but he was cracking me up, dude. He immediately went hard at that other guy that you had on there.
Oh man, yeah, that guy was crazy, man.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just laughing, and then you're at one point like, do you guys know each other?
Yeah, because he was like talking, and the way that he was talking with his familiarity in his tone, I was like, you must know somebody like this to talk to him like this. And he was like, no, I don't know. I was like, oh, so you're just wilding out tonight, bro. You're just gonna get crazy, okay?
Yeah, man, he was just wilding out last night, dude. It was freaking hilarious.
So
it was a good show.
Vic, I will say this though, I will be at a debate con in the future, and I look forward to meeting you. I look for. By the way, I should. You know what? I don't have to discuss this off stream. There was a guy named Mike or something. I covered his Chris Mike or something like that. He was actually using I think a hit piece on you and your family, something like that. It was crazy. But I put a hit piece,
yeah.
I put something out on him as far as like me discussing him not wanting to debate me and refusing to debate me, which is extreme cowardice. I think this guy likes to throw, and this is what I don't like about the debate community. We have a lot of orbiters in the community. They'll hover, right? What they'll do is they'll do this. They'll throw a stone and then they'll hide behind a tree. I don't like this. The people that'll say, well, you're trash, you're not this and that. And what I'll say, Vic, is I'll say, this is the same guy who tried to attack you. I told him, I said, listen, set a date and a time. I'll happily debate you on whatever it is that you're frustrated about, whether or not it's questions, comments, criticisms. I'll happily debate you. And this guy said, I'm not going to debate you. Rachel's side piece. He called me Rachel's side piece. He was a personal trainer. And I was like, you're not going to debate me because you can't. And then he admitted to saying, I don't want to debate a woman because she's poor as a sportscaster. Like the self-own that like, this is crazy. See, you're not competent to debate me because you're going to self-own yourself like you just did, saying you can't debate a female sports reporter because she's bad at her job. But what does that imply? It's like, so I don't know. To be honest, Vic, I don't like being a moderator. I would probably never be a moderator like you are because I like being bloody. I like being in the trenches and I like knocking mofos out. That's what I love doing, bro. Like, that's what I do. The blood, baby. This is what I love.
Yeah, dude, and that's what you're good at too. I saw that. I think Wick Moto sent that to me. I don't know, or Wi-Fi. I think it was Wi-Fi sent it to me. That video, that Chris Mike video, and I saw that where he was talking about me, and then he was talking about you, and he was calling you Rachel's side piece and all this bullshit.
Yeah,
and
it is.
That's crazy though. You challenged him to a debate, and he didn't even accept it. What a coward, dude.
I have that debate up. I have the debate where I was messaging him back and forth on his stream. And I said, cool, if you want to set this up, let's set this up. And he said, I'm not debating Rachel's side piece. Okay, so, and then I called him a coward. I said, so you're just going to run and flee like everybody else instead of grossing balls, bravery, and courage and be a man, which you say red pill people are supposed to be, these men who stand up to feminists in marriages and all this. Oh, this is not indicative of what you're saying. So what you're saying is that you like to throw stones and hide. Isn't this a feminist move? Like, it's like a really bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't this what feminists do? Crazy, right?
Yeah, exactly, dude. 100%, man.
You're gonna complain about feminists, but yet adopt their strategy. Like, this is very weird cosplay you're doing here, feminist undercover. Crazy, right?
Yeah, what's funny too is that's what like Coach Greg, he was pretty much making the same arguments as a feminist would, where if you're a man, just pretty much live, laugh, love, but the male version. And Andrew even called him out on it and said, like, hey, dude, like, you're pretty much advocating the same thing the feminists are. How are you any different?
You mean like my opponent tonight is going to be westernized feminism, basically in a male suit? I mean, that's literally what's going to happen. Like, I'm going to call it right now. I don't care if he hears this right now. Like, bro, address that first, too. And all these other 18,000 points I got. Good job. Good job for showing up if you do. And don't pull a first amender and show up 30 minutes late because of nerves or, you know, whatever excuse you want to make.
Playing with his rats. Playing with his rats.
The rat please don't bring a rat uterus book to this debate. Let's not do that.
Yeah, I know, right? That was wild.
That's crazy. And then he told me that human beings aren't cars. Don't talk about this. But then he talked about something else that's not human, which is a rat uterus. Like, what?
Yeah.
So stupid.
I know. I noticed that too. I was like, so wait a minute. You can't talk about cars because they're not human beings. Oh, but let's talk about rats. And look at my diagram on the rat uterus. It's like, wait a minute. What?
The rat uterus was crazy.
I know. I think he
crazy word.
Dude, I know. Now he's just known as the rat uterus guy, you know? And it's like, man, well, I like the cope afterward where it seemed like he broke him, man. Like he was just sitting there and be like, dude, like he was like pissed after I was surprised that he did that debate afterward against Rob, because I thought for sure like you pretty much ended his career. That's what I thought.
He rage quit after that, and he said, F you, F you, F you, and he just bounced. And then the glorious part about this was the cope stream he had for an hour and a half afterwards. I covered this, and I was like, this is just premium, like bottled at the well. Like you can't get more pure copium than this. This is just, oh my God, like whatever this is, it's pure extract. Like they should bottle this up because it's just satisfying. I love seeing this. I was actually eating popcorn while I was watching. That was great. Great entertainment for sure.
It was good stuff. Definitely a lot of cope to mine there, and a lot of copium to mine there. It was pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, he was a copium factory at that point, which is, I mean, more power to him if he wants to cope about it more. And then what happened was he got wrecked a day after that. Well, every other day, right? So it's like a sandwich in between these days. But Rob destroyed him after that. And I'm just like, bro, this guy's just getting his ass handed to him. Well, who might have stopped him from getting wrecked?
Yeah, I know, man. It's crazy. He's gotten wrecked so many times, and he just hasn't learned a single thing. You know, he does the same old trick where he relies on studies and all that stuff. He doesn't have an argument of his own. You know.
So Grid One says, was the Rob Noor debate the only one you reviewed?
Yeah, so far, yes. I don't know how many other debates Grid had, but if there's other ones on there, I'll check them out.
Yeah, I think Grid does a pretty good job, actually. No complaints here. I think he and he tells you how you did as well, too. Like, he's going to be like, well, you know what? You were good. You just had him on your ideology as far as this was more consistent, this and that. Like, he'll give you feedback in a play-by-play. He does that, and I actually appreciate that because I don't get that from other moderators. They just say, okay, well, that's the debate. You gentlemen have a great evening and wrap it up. And I'm like, well, how did I do? Like, it's like, I always wonder that.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, yeah, I'll definitely check out the other ones that he had, because I heard that Grid, he had like a whole little first day event on Friday, and I didn't know, because I only saw the Rob Noor and tomfoolery one, and then I was listening to Rob Noor last night, and he talked about how it was a whole thing. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll check out the other debates then. So pretty excited to check them out.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to it too. And that's the thing, though, is when it comes to debates, it's very funny because the way that they did the word war thing, I posted it on my YouTube as well, too. Mm-hmm. When they did this, they were saying, well, it's like a combination of debates and professional athletics. Well, I come from like two world-class sports, and then I'm doing debates. I would say like this is the perfect blend for me, because if they're comparing pro sports, which I come from, and then debates, what does that make me? Does that make me a purist even more so? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about that too, because, you know, I've been a wrestling fan my whole life, and I was a wrestling promoter for a bit, throwing my own events. That's and true. Stuff. So
Yeah.
So when I see it, I think of the same thing too. It's like, oh, it looks like the perfect blend of like pro wrestling and debates, you know? And that's what I'm looking forward to World War debates, because it looks like they're incorporating kind of the showmanship, you know, the presentation,
gold standard, they say.
Yeah, the gold standard, the presentation, but they're going to be having like the best of the best debate each other. It's going to be good stuff.
Well, that's the thing though, Vic. I want to. This is a dream of mine, right? This is my glorious, non-delusional dream. I'm going to call it non-delusional. I think that this can be seeded in reality, right? This is my dream. I think that I can go to DebateCon and actually be a debater. I think that one day I can go to World War and actually be one of the opponents on stage against somebody else who's ideologically opposed to my worldview. That's what I want to do. I want to be a fighter in this arena. I've done everything else in my life. I might as well just go at the pinnacle and try to at least attempt this.
Yeah, I was saying that too. It's going to give a lot of the small time debaters something to work toward, you know, like, oh, one day I could be on World War debates. So that's what I think is awesome about it too.
Yeah. And that's the thing though, it's very interesting because I've heard these debate cons because of my personal situations or whatever. That's neither here nor there. I was unable to go to debate cons. Right now I'm in school right now, just got a new job that kind of only subjected me down to 3 days a week that I can stream. But I think that one day in the future, once I graduate school, I want to get in the middle of these debates and go to war against these people. That would be great.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
Pretty good. And yourself, man?
Good. Just give me 1 second real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
It's crazy because I show it being sent, but not seeing the message I sent Scope. So I was like, oh, crap. Hopefully he's not going to First Amender his way out of this by saying, oh, I didn't see the message, but good. Cool. Because I was afraid that the other thing would happen. Him not showing up or whatever, right?
Yeah, no, I was afraid too. By the way, I'm officially live on my channel. So I am live on my channel now. Now that everybody's here, once base scope is ready, we'll be good to go.
All right. Yeah,
hey,
good
Scope,
to go,
I got a
fellas.
question though.
Am I echoing? Are you guys, is the audio good? Or?
It sounds good. Your audio sounds good.
All right, excellent.
Yeah, Scope, I got a question. You're not going to bring a book of rat uteruses, are you, to our stream?
I'm not bringing nothing.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Man, I was so stressed about the rat uterus book. I didn't want to. I'm so traumatized from my last debate. And I'm not going to go into that, but yeah,
I'm not sure about your last debate. Crazy. I'm wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, it was. I didn't want to. I just don't want to get traumatized anymore by uteruses from other non-human entities. Like, this isn't good, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I think you got to be down bad when you're introducing that. So.
Oh, that's not even the half of it. But by the way, I just want to say thank you for accepting my challenge to do this debate. I know that you have your own worldview. I have my own worldview. We may be diametrically opposed, but I do believe that there's agreements between us. But getting into this debate, I did go into your channel and I didn't really see any debate past history or anything like that. But you know what? I don't run from a debate. I don't turn down debates. But alas, here I am, ready to get to fisticuffs and all that stuff, as you would say in the community, squabble, right?
Hey, listen, I've got to say, you don't see many debates on my channel because typically I don't debate. I just commentate.
Wait, hold on. You said I don't see many debates. I didn't see any debate. When you say I don't see many debates, I didn't see any debates. When you say many, that implies that there's a debate on your channel.
Here.
Wait, what are you saying?
No, I said I don't debate. This is literally my first debate.
Oh, because you literally said I don't have many debates on my channel, which I said you don't have any, which many is like misleading. So anyways, I just want to clear that up.
Well, I don't know. That's,
not to wreck you before the debate goes, but anyway, let's continue. Like, this is great.
All right. All right, gentlemen. All right. Yeah, let's save this for the actual debate. So thank you guys for joining us today, Marte and Based Scope. So this is the first debate here on my channel, on the first of the Debate Me Bro series. So thank you guys very much for being a part of this. Very much appreciated. So we're gonna start. We're gonna have a 7-minute openers from both of you, and then we're gonna go into the 1 hour open debate, and then we will close with your outros, and then we will take super chat question Q&A super chat. So if you guys in the audience, you guys want to ask questions, go ahead and send those super chats in, and they'll get asked at the end of the debate. So let's see. So I believe the affirmative goes first, right? Or is it the negative?
I think it would be affirmative going first.
The affirmative going first. Yes, correct. That's what I thought. Just want to make sure. So Marte, since you are the affirmative, the prompt is ecclesiastical. Sorry, I always have a problem saying that. Ecclesiastical marriage is practical in today's society. So Marte, since you are the affirmative, I'll let you go first. Let me get the timer set up.
Got the timer and everything. That's okay.
Yeah, I got the timer. Huh?
All right, just bring your ref whistle because you're going to need it for this one.
Yeah, I know, right? Seriously. Next time I'm going to have a ref shirt.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
All right, so Marte, when you're ready, your time begins now.
Ladies and gentlemen, and doom scrolling on 0.75 speed with the lights off. Welcome to the 2025 Ultimate Cage Match. Patriarchal Orthodox Christian ecclesiastical marriage versus whatever. We're all going to fap ropes in cold beds anyways at the end of the day. In the red corner, well, I would say the fatigue corner on that side, wearing a hoodie, not even a hoodie, but something that smells like an unopened gym membership card in pure despair, the undefeated prophet of the black pill, or red pill, should I say, the man who can calculate your SMV faster than you could say, it's not fair. Give a hand to Base Scope. In my corner, the black corner, the base corner, wearing the 2,000-year-old championship belt forged by Desert
Monster. Your topics or yourself? We already got the introduction. We already got that out of the way.
Hold on. You're interrupting. You're interrupting. I'm not going to interrupt your time.
This is the opener.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the opener.
I understand you don't have any debate experience, but just allow this to happen because I'm not going to disrespect your time. Because, I mean, if I could, you wouldn't win this debate anyways. But anyways, I'm going to continue.
We're trying to hear your ideas. I'm trying to hear your ideas.
Right, so. But there's a format. This debate isn't all about you, Scope. But anyways, let's get back to this.
Man,
the world doesn't revolve around you. So back to this. My belt forged by desert monks who made Chad cry, the defender, indissoluble vowels, male headship, and the terrifying notion that a woman might actually submit to something other than her group chat. Your boy, me. Now let's run the black pill, red pill paradox gauntlet real quick, because my opponent's worldview is basically a clown car that's already on fire before it leaves the garage. All women are hypergamous and will leave you the nanosecond a taller guy smiles. Also him, marriage is a self-deletion because she'll stay 10 years just to divorce grape you. Bro, pick one. Is your wife a Navy SEAL sniper monkey branching across Chads like Tarzan on Adderall, or is she a 4D chess psychopath, sociopath, willing to fake love through your erectile dysfunction in your mom's meatloaf just for 42% of your Bitcoin? Congrats. You've invented the loyal gold digger, right? That's not black pill or red pill. That's a wife with commitment issues and commitment bonuses. You practically described Ruth from the Bible. Biology is undefeated. Female psychology, understanding is law, you would say. Also him. Don't even bother with Evo Psych, Eastern Europe or Latin America. They've all westernized now. So the same iron laws of female nature that cooked the West just politely stopped at customs. Like female nature has a passport with that respects borders. Dog, that's not even black pill or red pill. That's geopolitical cope harder than a French general in 1940. Base cope, which most of this, what I would say cope, as far as your arguments, no woman will ever love you conditionally, you would say, or unconditionally. My non-brother in Christ, that is literally the starting point of Christian marriage. We wrote it down in 150 AD. The difference is we took that brutal fact, looked it dead in the eye and said, cool, we're going to bind it with oaths before God, social shame, sacramental grace, and a community that will excommunicate your adultery faster than a Twitter cancels black fatigue-inducing red-pilling coach. You're not arguing against Christian marriage. You're the bro harder guy who speed ran the doctrine of original sin and stopped right before the part where grace exits. Bonus round, by the way, he'll say that Beta Bucks is the only option. Then, in the same breath, even Beta Bucks fails because he'll still cheat. So she marries you for money, stays with you for money, but also risks losing the money by cheating? That's not hypergamy. That's just bad portfolio management. Look, I get it, based cope. The black pill, red pill's comfy. It's a heated blanket made of comfy statistics and tears. But tonight, we're dragging it into the ring with a 2,000-year-old institution that has survived Rome, the Black Death, the 70s, and women discovering Pinterest. We're going to see if it's over, can survive the contract with a sacrament covenant. And this is a sacramental covenant that we're discussing right now when death is actually on the table. Let's go so I can win already. Let's touch gloves or touch grass for the first time in your life. Your choice. I can see my time.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Marte. Now, based scope, I muted you. I'm going to unmute you now. Let me reset the timer. All right. Let me reset this timer. All right. When you're ready, your time begins now.
Never cope as is going to get. This guy right here is completely living in the 1950s. I don't know what century you think it is, sir, but this is definitely not them days. And I've got to even ask, have you even dated modern women, or are you one of these guys who's been in a long-term relationship, hasn't seen any or dealt with any of these new young women out here who are staunch feminists, who are chronically on social media? These prescriptions that you're offering, sir, are completely trivialized by modern women. When have you seen modern women submitting to men nowadays? It's not happening at all. I don't see a line of women out here lined up to be traditional submissive women. That's just not happening. You guys are completely coping. And then one of the interesting things that you said is female nature does not have a passport. Well, I will tell you, sir, female nature does have a passport, because if you take a third world woman and she's traditional in her countries by her standards, this happens so often that these American expats end up going to these countries, bringing a woman from there, bringing her to the United States, and then guess what happens? They end up getting divorced. She ends up basically becoming everything that they were running from of Western women right here. So I'm telling you guys, it's this environment that facilitates this kind of thinking. I call it basically the feminist virus. That's what's going on. That's what's ingrained in modern women's heads. And no amount of basically rules by Christianity, Islam, Judaism, any of these religions, they were good for their time. But now we're in the age of social media. You are not going to impose your will on modern women. It's just not going to happen. Women have to naturally submit to you, and women will submit to what they view as the higher caliber man. And in today's world, that basically group of men has been expanded beyond any of our comprehensions. Women back in the days had access to maybe 5 high quality guy in their town, in their area, that they might consider marrying. Now today, every single millionaire, billionaire, NBA baller is now in her DMs. And you're expected to compete with that as your average guy. It's just not going to happen. Women are attention creatures. They thrive. Their currency is attention, and they have an unlimited supply of attention. No amount of guys' attention suffices them now. So you coming up here and pretty much saying, oh, we're going to impose these Christian values on these women. We're going to have ecclesiastic marriages in which women have no rights. It's just not even a realistic proposition. No, the guys who have this kind of leverage in today's society are the top caliber men who will have their way anyways. It's maybe 5% of men who can impose their will and say to the women, you know what? I will basically deal with you in this kind of way. The rest of the 90% of men, don't have that kind of leverage. So you coming out here and pretty much saying, you know, we're going back to the 1950s. It's like, and another thing you have to consider, women, modern women today are more educated. They're more politically involved. They're, you know, very organized, and they're basically, for example, I'll give you a simple example that just recently happened. There was a DoorDash lady who was delivering DoorDash to a guy's house, and she basically, the guy, I guess he passed out with his pants off. This is like a story that's out there right now. He passed out with his pants off, and the woman literally came into his house. This was the DoorDash woman. She came into his house, recorded the guy, posted it online, and then basically tried to make herself the victim and say that she was sexually assaulted, which obviously she was not. But the reason I bring this up is because there's so many women basically supporting her and coming to her defense, even though she was the one that violated. So this is just my example of saying that modern women are organized in this way, and they will always back and protect women. So you just coming out, Mr. Ecclesiastic marriages, you know, we're going to just come out here and we're going to tell women what to do. We're going to basically cancel all of their rights. We're going to repeal the 19th Amendment. It's not going to happen. It's just cope, as we're saying. So anyways, that was my intro. We'll get into this whole discussion. I would like to have a back and forth, and let me lay out the foundation of my ideas actually before I concede the time, so that you guys know what I'm standing for. My hope, basically laying out what's going on in this society, my basically prescription is that men need to operate with their best interest in mind, because women are doing the same. They're operating with their best interest in mind. They're not just basically lining up to submit to men. So what I always say to men is, make yourself the best version, work on yourself, basically be the best free agent that you possibly could be. And if you do want to marry at that point, when you are in a place of leverage, you've got, you know, your physical fitness, you've got your financial situation, you've got all of that straight, and you can get a woman who's basically willing to go on your program. In that point, I'm not opposed to marriage. But basically going with the 1950s mindset of like, oh, I'm just going to marry a woman and she's just basically just going to go along with my program and I'm just going to impose my will on her. None of that is really going to happen. And another thing that I would also include,
1 minute.
Another thing that I would also include is maybe you might even need to go to a different country to be able to get married, because marrying in the United States, with the current court system and everything, the way that it's structured, it's a losing proposition. So I always tell men, basically work on yourself, become the best free agent, have peace, quiet, and freedom. Those are the foundations of it. And you acquire that through basically leverage. So I concede my time there, and we'll see what goes on.
All right. Thank you very much, Based Scope, for your opener. And thank you both gentlemen very much for your openers. Like I said, if you guys in the chat have any questions that you'd like to ask the guests here for the Q&A at the end, feel free to do so. Send those super chats. So now we're going to start the hour where it's just going to be the open dialogue, the open back and forth. So let me get that set up and then we'll begin. All right, gentlemen, let's begin.
So Bates, I have a question. So I want to point out to the audience that he never once addressed an argument against ecclesiastical marriage. He literally just addressed an argument against secular marriage the whole time. And I want to ask a question, because he also makes a bunch of empty assertions that don't really make any sense, as if ecclesiastical marriage doesn't ask you to develop yourself or for the betterment of yourself or anything else, as if women are just going to submit to authority. That isn't competent. That is not what we do. That's also mischaracterization of what I'm saying. So, Base, I'm going to ask you one question, and if you can just answer this. Okay, Scope. My bad. I was saying cope in the beginning, but it's scope. My bad. So anyways, back to this. I just want to ask you one simple question. If you can answer this, then we would be all fine and dandy, and I'll be willing to answer any questions that you have from now on, right? Because this is the format. If marriage is nothing more than a private contract, Scope, or personal commitment with no sacred transcendent dimension, then why do you get so angry when basically this is like the red pill, right? They get so mad when somebody violates his contract by cheating or leaving, right? After all, breaking a purely private agreement should be no different from breaking a gym membership, regrettably, but non-morally outrageous. So which is it, Scope? Is marriage just a contract and infidelity, therefore no big deal? Or do you secretly believe that it carries a binding obligation that transcends the two people that are involved, Scope? And answer me now before the cat files for custody.
So let me tell you, marriage is a religious contract. So all of these assertions that you're making, basically, it's a religious contract under God. Okay. So when you have that religious contract under God, that's not going to work in this basically current environment. This current
doesn't answer the question. Can you answer the question,
environment? So I'm telling you, it's a religious.
We both know it's religious. That doesn't answer the question. Can you answer the question, Scope?
What is your question?
My good. I'm gonna have to ask you to listen real quick. Yeah, I'll repeat it.
You're just yapping. You're saying, "Oh, is marriage a constitution under God?" It's like marriage is not viable.
You just admitted to not listening to me. You're telling me I'm yapping. How do you know if I'm yapping? If I'm just
you're if you don't understand what I'm saying, man. What is your question? Your question was so convoluted.
Can you listen this time? Can you listen? I'm gonna ask it again. I'm only gonna repeat this one more time. Okay, Scope. I'll even say it slowly. If marriage is nothing more than a private contractual agreement or a personal commitment with no sacred or transcendental dimension.
Look at this convoluted question, dude. Well, like
can you answer the question?
Because it has all of these assertions in there.
It's not an assertion. I'm asking a question.
What is your question? Your question is so indirect.
It's very direct. Actually, it's extremely direct.
Question concisely.
This is very. I can't make it more concise than this. I can speak slower, right? So here's the thing. Marriage is no more than a private contract to you red pill people, right? It's a personal commitment, and it doesn't hold
under God.
Say, you know what? You'll never listen if you keep talking, Scope. Am I allowed to talk at this point and just ask a question, or are you just going to keep rambling?
Marriage is a contract. And I'm telling you, marriage is a contract under God, which is not why it's working in the secular environment.
Scope, can you actually hear because I'm actually being very patient and benevolent here.
You're going to keep repeating this one question. I've made multiple points. How about you respond to that? Marriage is not working.
You've made points and I've addressed them. Can you answer my question for once?
How about you answer that question? Because your question basically makes so many assertions that I got to respond to it one at a time.
I'm not making an assertion. I'm asking a question. You know what the difference between making an assertion and asking a question is?
Under God.
Scope, do you know what making an assertion is and asking a question? You know these are two distinctly different things, right?
Dude, audience.
They can be two different things. Can I ask a question?
Question filled with many assertions. Go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
It's not making an assertion if I'm asking a question about a hypothetical to test your logic. Scope.
Go ahead. Ask your 2-minute question, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. It's not 2 minutes, and I'm just going to ask you real quick. Can you please at least be good faith in this debate?
Okay.
I didn't expect such bad faith behavior.
I'll hear it. I'm giving you the minute to answer that. To ask.
All right. Please withhold the black fatigue right now. I'm just going to continue and just ask it, and I'm going to try to simplify this real quick. If marriage is nothing more, Scope, than a private contract or a personal commitment that's not sacred, then why do you red pill people get so mad when somebody violates the contract by cheating or leaving? After all, I'll say this again. Breaking a purely private agreement should be no different.
When do red pill guys outrage about when somebody cheats in a marriage?
Scope, you won't even let me finish the question. I just want to ask a question.
You're making these assertions.
Are you just going to use that debate, all debate?
For men to cheat in marriage.
Okay, basically, let Marte finish his question, and then you could rebut what the question is.
Okay, because his question is making so many assertions, though. It's literally like a 10-minute question.
Look, I'm not responsible for you having an IQ above 80. Can I just continue this question? Okay, I've been doing a lot of hand holding at this point.
Okay, go ahead, dude. Like I said, you're asking a freaking 2-minute question, and I'm responding to your question 1 point at a time. The first part of your question was, is marriage a contract? I answered that part by saying it's a contract under God. Then the second part of your question, because I'm actually listening.
That's not my question.
The second part of your question then was, why do you red pill guys get so upset when basically someone cheats? And I'm rebutting by saying
that's not my question.
Red pill guys are not cheating. So it's like your question, dude, is a freaking 10-part question.
That's not my question.
You ask a simple question. It's like this is outrageous.
It's outrageous because you're intellectually being dishonest right now, and I don't know what you're doing. Either you're being extremely
intellectually dishonest by trying to ask a question that basically is so narrow that the answer will basically make
I thought it wasn't narrow. I thought it was so broad.
My question is even much more simpler than yours. How about you answer a question for a change?
Okay.
I'm not going to
narrow
answer
or
your
not.
question until you answer my question, which is that marriage is not plausible in today's society. You're advocating
That's
the
not
whole
question,
conversation
you
is supposed to
fucking
be about
idiot.
ecclesiastical
You answer my
marriages,
question.
and you're basically asking this so narrow of a question that it's taking you 10
Good.
minutes just to
I
get
should
out.
ask narrow
This is like, this
questions,
is insane,
exact,
dude.
concise questions.
Is this
Good.
how
I'm
you
glad you're
debate,
getting
sir? Is this
along
how
with this
you
old
debate?
questions thing.
By
I want
asking
to ask a
10-part
question that's
questions?
narrow. Good. I'm
Okay,
glad
I'll
you
give you the
understand.
floor to ask your 2-minute question again. I'm going to take notes.
We would
on
take
the
10
10-part
minutes if you keep filibustering and interrupting me right now.
Go ahead.
Good Lord.
Is this
It's
all
like
you got, by the way? Because
you're like a
if this
filibuster
is all you
factory at
got,
this
I
point.
won.
Okay, guys, I muted you both. Okay, let's get things back on track here. Okay, if you guys are having trouble keeping things on track, I will have to go to like a 2-minute back and forth, or you get 2 minutes. If you guys want to do that instead, we can do that, or we could just keep going. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the 2 minutes because I keep getting interrupted.
Okay.
He won't even let me ask a question.
What do you think about that, Scope? Do you want to do 2 minute
Like
back and forth?
I think that might be better if he's going to ask like 10-part questions, honestly.
It's not a 10-part question.
I can
it's
write down
one
the
question.
points and then address it.
Okay, all right. We could do 2-minute back and forth. So we'll let Marte go first since he had the question. Okay, so we'll do that real quick. Hold on, let me get this set up real quick.
It's like even the chat is saying that's a convoluted question. He's right.
Yeah, Chris Mike, of course. One person in the chat says that. It's one person, right? Not the chat. One person.
Hey,
let's be concise
Chris Mike
here.
is an intelligent young man right there, man.
You couldn't even spit that out grammatically correct already. So I already know this is like refuting itself.
Okay, all right. We're all set up. So Marte, you go first. Your time begins now.
Let's go ahead and be more concise. I'll actually make this question a little bit more concise. This is infuriating right now. The black fatigue is setting in right now from my fellow black constituent here. So I'll ask again, if you reject the church marriage because she'll just cheat anyways and divorce grape you, right? Then answer me this finally, instead of avoiding the question. So do you avoid the altar because she's a hypergamous ninja who will ditch you the second that Chad blinks, or because she's a patient vampire who will stick around a decade draining your soul and wallet for alimony? You can't lose her instantly and lose half your net worth slowly. That's not a fork in the road, bro. That's Schrodinger's gold digger. Now pick a lane before the cat files for custody. Can you answer this question?
All right, now let me unmute Base Scope. Okay, Base Scope, your time begins now.
Okay, to answer your question succinctly, women will do what's best for them. If that means leaving the marriage within the first year or so, or whenever she ends up losing feelings for you, she'll end up doing that. If she ends up basically seeing that you're providing some kind of long-term benefit where you're basically going to be taking care of her, whether she does her part in the marriage or not, then she's going to stick in the marriage. So there are many marriages. In fact, I believe it's like 20-something percentage marriages, Christian marriages, ecclesiastical marriages that are sexless marriages, in which women are just basically not doing their part, and the guy is just basically sticking around because he's henpecked and basically has no options. And if he leaves, he's going to basically get the full force of the court system. So they'll do what's right for them. And that's the problem here today. Men are taught to do what's right. Women are taught to do what's right for them. And that's the whole, basically, that's what I can boil my argument down into, is that marriages, the way that you're prescribing them, just don't work in this modern setting. And that's why, there's not a line of women basically signing up for these ecclesiastical marriages, these traditional marriages. Over 70%, 75%, even way more than that, of women are very liberal minded. I believe actually, like 90% of women ended up voting for Kamala Harris or something like that, of young women. So young women are not lining up for these traditional values, sir. I really don't get this where you get this notion from. But since you asked the question,
30 seconds.
Let me ask you a question, actually. And my question is very simple. I say marriage does not work in this kind of modern setting. How is your ecclesiastical marriage? How are you going to get all of these young women to sign up for these ecclesiastical marriages? I'll give you the floor to answer that.
So notice, chat, how he never answered my question, not once. So back to this, since he's unwilling to answer my questions, I'll then be benevolent. And notice how I also didn't interrupt his time and answer his question, right? These are the people and the lunatics that we have to deal with, right? So if I go to the Orthodox Church, which only has a 9% divorce rate and also puts out for their husbands, can you tell me how I'm wrong and that doesn't exist and how this is a fairy tale? I'll wait.
All right. Scope, your time begins now.
So it looks like you're not able to get young women to basically sign up for these ecclesiastical marriages, which is why, again, I win this debate, because you're talking about, oh, this Orthodox group, this small group in the Christian denomination, their wives put out, and their wives are basically, they're having enthusiastic sex, which they're not really. But anyways, you cannot get women to sign up for what you're preaching. So basically, don't come here talking about, oh, we're going to, and actually, I'll even revise this. Your leader, the guy who you came here to defend, Mr. Ecclesiastical Marriages himself, Andrew Wilson, does not even have an ecclesiastical marriage himself.
We're not here to discuss Andrew Wilson.
I just told you that you cannot get young women to sign up for this. Your king does not even have an ecclesiastical marriage. He has a wife who basically had 3 different children, 5 children by 3 different men. She's not traditional herself. She's not basically ecclesiastical marriage.
Right now.
He was married to this black woman, and then he ended up getting her pregnant while he was still with the black woman. So it's like, what you're preaching, dude, you're just like literally preaching pie in the sky, because your people don't even have ecclesiastical marriages. Your king does not even have an ecclesiastical marriage. So how are you going to then come to preach to us that everybody else should have ecclesiastical marriage? It's like your king should be the #1 guy, right? He should be
30 seconds.
Like he should literally be married to a virgin who had no kids, and then basically maybe you might be able to tout him up there and basically say, this is our king, you guys should follow him. But we're not following a guy who married a single mother of basically 3 kids, who ended up using the court system against her ex-husband, Brian. She ended up literally divorce raping the guy. So what your prescriptions are complete nonsense. They're literally nonsense. So you answer this for me, because you're refusing to answer questions. How about you defend your king?
All right, that's your time.
Your king has been exposed.
Your time's up. Go, Marte.
So I wish I could have interrupted that or told the moderator, we're not here to discuss Andrew or anything else. We're here to discuss ecclesiastical marriage. All that was just a non sequitur, because at the heart of this debate, this isn't about one man's family or his personal exploits or anything else that's happened. This is just a stupid low bar attack for, him to deflect. And then he also states that I'm not answering questions. I'll wait. Which question did I not answer, by the way? And then going back to this, so here's the problem, though. When you run out of an argument, you then start doing side tangents to attack other people and other things. I'm not here to defend Andrew Wilson. Look at the prompt. I don't know if your literacy rate is low or if you can read, but it says that ecclesiastical marriage is is practical in today's society. And this is the debate, not Andrew Wilson's marriage is not practical for society. So to me, I think you're deviating too much. So all I have to do, chat, to actually win this debate, because he's already asserted that he's won, is show that there's a semblance of society where it's practical and it's currently working. He's saying that because it works to this day and it's practical for us, it's not practical. How stupid is this? This is his rhetoric. This is his logic right now. He says that I don't answer questions, yet I've answered all his questions. I would ask him, how come you can't answer my question? Can't even answer a single question. Deflects and goes to Andrew Wilson and attacks with other people. I don't understand this. Maybe it's his inadequate experience as a debater, but I'm at least competent enough to point this out, and I'm tired of hand-holding this guy throughout the whole debate. Let's get back to the topic, which is the original prompt for once, right? And here's the problem, though, right? So which is it? Is marriage just a contract and infidelity is not a big deal? Or do you secretly believe that it carries a binding obligation that transcends the 2 people involved? Answer this question for once in your damn life. Please, I beg of you, with cheese on top and everything else, because I'm being very patient with you right now, and this black fatigue that's seeping through the screen.
Time's up.
Answer that right now.
All right, before I let base Scope respond, I do want to keep in mind to keep it on the topic. Do not bring out outside personal lives or anything. Let's try to keep on topic. So Scope, your time begins now.
Well, the reason this is relevant and we're not going to basically just, get rid of this topic is because the whole reason this debate even came to place is because of the debate between CGA and Andrew Wilson. And Andrew Wilson's whole point was that basically ecclesiastical marriages is going to be the saving grace for, modern day. So that's why Andrew Wilson is relevant here. I'm not just attacking Andrew Wilson out of the blue. Andrew Wilson is the guy making that assertion that ecclesiastical marriages will be the thing of the future and it'll be the savior of Western civilization. And I'm just highlighting how this is basically pie in the sky nonsense. Andrew Wilson is the one who introduced ecclesiastical marriages. I'm sure Andrew Wilson even taught this guy what an ecclesiastical marriage is, even though he's not practicing ecclesiastical marriages. So my whole thing is that these guys are making basically prescriptions that they're not even practicing themselves. I would basically go as far as to say these guys are hypocrites because they're basically prescribing all of these things when they're not even practicing it themselves. Like I said, Andrew Wilson, we're not here to attack the guy, but he's not practicing ecclesiastical marriages. His wife, ecclesiastical marriage is basically a marriage in which the government is not involved, basically for the purposes of this debate. His wife literally used the court system to basically against her ex-husband, and that's the problem here. It's like I cannot have somebody basically saying that
we're not here to debate Andrew Wilson. The moderator just told you this.
His wife literally used the system against her husband. It's like, and then I'll go show you guys why this is not an attack on them. Because statistically speaking, a woman who's used the court system against her previous partner is much more likely to then use the court system against her next partner. So who's to say if they basically end up going their separate ways, as they say, the woman that you marry is not the woman that you divorce. So she's much more likely than even these 304s and people that they're basically criticizing to use the court system against them.
Time's up. Okay, so before Marte's 2 minutes, I do remind, let's keep it on the topic, because this is not going to be an Andrew Wilson Rachel debate or anything like that. Then it's just going to get into them, and it's not about them. It's about the topic at hand, which is ecclesiastical marriage is practical in today's society. If you want to use hypotheticals, scenarios, or whatever like that, you can. But let's keep people that have nothing to do with this debate out of this debate. So Marte, your time begins now.
So here's the thing. My opponent purports all of this, which isn't even contending with my whole argument. He's talking about one family, one man and his family. To me, it's like I wouldn't point to one secularist family and make a whole argument and base this around the foundation of saying, see, look, this one family is just really fucked up, and I can show you why. That's why it doesn't work. This is a bad prescription. So if you argue in this context by saying there's one instance where it doesn't happen, therefore everything is ruined, to me, this is just faulty rhetoric, and it shows in his inexperience in doing formal debates or anything to even engage in the argument. Mind you, my opponent has failed to even answer a question, even hasn't even engaged in the fact that the topic of ecclesiastical marriage being practical in society being defunct on his end. Hasn't presented one argument. He's only presented an argument against secular marriages and secular relationships. That's all I've heard from him. When he says, though, you can't make women do this, good. I don't care about the secular marriages, things like that happening. I care about the practicality of it working for our community, because we're communal in a sense. When you talk about women's nature, they're communal. Even the red pill, black pill, and even Coach Red Pill would even agree with this. And I'm using this as a hypothetical. You see how this works because I didn't mention his damn name? I can at least refer to the argument and bring it back. Something you're unable to do. I understand this. I'm doing daddy daycare right now, babysitting a debater throughout this whole debate. But let me kind of school you on this. To me, you can't even address the 9% divorce rate. But go ahead. Let's go.
All right.
You said that's time, Vic, right?
Oh. No, I said 30 seconds. 30
okay.
You have 30 seconds.
So here's the thing, though. I'm pointing to a larger group than a small group. Orthodoxy is booming and growing right now. These women are submissive to these men because it's a patriarchal structure. Even you as a red pill, black pill, whatever pill you guys subscribe to, community of drug addicts, because all these damn pills would even say that they would be leaning towards a patriarchal structure. Even you would recommend this, which is what Christianity prescribes. You haven't refuted this at once or given me an argument against this. Concede my time.
That's your time. All right, that's your time, Marte. And Scope, your time begins now.
Okay, so I'll address the points of this actual debate here. So the topic of conversation is why ecclesiastical marriages are practical. I would say that it's not practical. First of all, like I've highlighted and I've, stated very well, their king is not even practicing ecclesiastical marriages. Young women are not signing up for ecclesiastical marriages. Young women today are not traditional. So all of these points he's not addressing. I've asked him several questions and he's just yapping like a boomer, basically talking about pie in the sky, all of this basically idealistic thinking. He needs to answer the question of how he's going to get young women to basically go along with this plan. Because like we've highlighted, the majority of young women are not Christians. They're not, religious. They're not traditional. They're none of these things. So how is he going to get not Christian women who are feminist, who are not basically practicing any traditional values? How is he going to get them to sign up for ecclesiastical marriages? I'll yield my time because I want to hear his answer. I want to hear him finally answer a question.
All right, that is your time. Let me get Marte. All right, Marte, your time begins now.
Once again, I'll answer a question. Meanwhile, my other questions that I've also asked have never been answered, even today, which I don't know why he won't even reconcile any of these points. So here's the thing, though. I'll even say, can you at least prove that even in the Orthodox community, which is rapidly growing, wives aren't submitting to their husband or any of this stuff? I'm asking a question, but I'll also answer your question. So here's the answer to your question. Orthodoxy is booming at a rapid rate. It's like almost damn near wildfire for these new people begging for something to replace what we have in the West right now. We have replacement theory that's going on right now. So I think that a lot of people, these women that you're talking about, these feminists, are deleting their babies en masse by Planned Parenthood. They're not producing. Well, guess who's out producing them? Orthodox Christians are out producing them in mass. When these children grow up in these patriarchal structures and actually start learning this, you can call this indoctrination or whatever this is, they're going to start mapping this onto their behavior as they look for new husbands and everything else, not being indoctrinated by feminism, because in the home, we actually protect against this by good parenting, ecclesiastical structure, and not to mention this, like I said, a patriarchal structure that we prescribe. How then can you tell me for a populace that's self-deleting themselves through Planned Parenthood in mass? Matter of fact, the most deletions that have happened in human lives than human deaths in human history have been conducted by this. So like I said, we are outproducing them in mass, and we're beginning this birth of a new nation that we're having through Orthodoxy and all these other religions, especially like Christianity and everything else. That's growing right now. So that's how that's happening, because you guys are deleting yourself in mass while we're replacing all of you. Isn't that so glorious? So anyways, that answers your question. Can you actually answer one of mine for tonight? Because you haven't answered a single one.
All right, that is your time, Marte. Now, Scope, your rebuttal.
Yeah, so honestly, this guy is just doing a whole lot of coke. His whole case that he's making, right, is, and he's stated this multiple times when I've challenged him, his whole case is based around Orthodox Christians are basically doing this. And put him on the, unmute his mic so he can answer this. What percentage of United States, what percentage of adults in the United States are Orthodox Christian? Because his whole case seems to be built around Orthodox Christians. I have the answer. I want to hear what percentage he's asserting, because if this is going to be some kind of, glorious change the way that he's saying, I need him to know what percentages of people are Orthodox Christian. And I'm going to keep going, but I need him to answer this real quick.
You're unmuted, Marte.
Okay, so good. If you can reread the prompt, I don't know if there's a literacy problem here. I don't even have to answer the percent.
What percent are Orthodox Christian?
I don't have to answer the percent.
You don't even know your own.
I don't have to answer. I don't have to engage in this. The reason why. So back to the prompt.
Him because he doesn't even know his own stats. I'll give you the stats.
No, hold on. The reason, can I respond to what you're saying?
Of Christians,
okay.
I can't even respond.
Orthodox Christians.
Okay, Marte, you have 49.
You can't even answer the stat.
I can't even respond.
49 seconds.
Okay, you have 40. I have 40 seconds. It's my time.
Yeah, Scope has 49 seconds left, Marte. You can respond.
1% of people are Orthodox Christians. His whole case is built around that there's going to be some kind of Orthodox revival. How is 1% of the population going to make this grand revival? This is not an Orthodox Renaissance. Christian men are literally the most addicted to porn, who are basically having sexless marriages. It's basically a wrap for you guys. And then this whole cope that basically there's going to be this Christian revival, that there's going to be this Orthodox revival. It's not happening. Young women are not signing up for this. Maybe young men are maybe starting to lead more conservative as they're isolated in this kind of environment. But it's not going to be some kind of Orthodox basically revival when 1% of 0.5% actually are Orthodox. So where is this basically group of people who are signing up for this? Young women are more liberal today than ever. Young women are more Democrat today than ever. Your whole case is basically you're just hoping. You're just coping, buddy. But go ahead. I'll yield the time back to him because he's gone, bro. This guy's coping.
All right, go Marte.
So if you can read the prompt, nowhere does it say a percent. It doesn't say how many people will convert, how many people exist. That's not what the prompt is. Matter of fact, let me bring you back home to the prompt, which is something I've been trying to do all night and steer you from personal attacks and going outside this debate with non sequiturs and everything else. Let's get back to the actual prompt. Ecclesiastical marriage is practical in today's society. Chat, I want you to pay attention to what's going on right now. All I have to do is prove that it's practical. That means that if I could show one marriage or a couple of people where it's successful that's happening, or even people in the chat or anything else, then that proves my whole case and I win the debate. That's all I have to do. Nobody's ever beckoning for a percent. Oh, how fast is it growing or any of this other stuff? That's not what the debate's about. It's just showing, does it practically work? And all I have to do is demonstrate that it works with a 9% divorce rate, because you wanted percentages. There's a percent for you right now. If it works, and you've made all these empty assertions, you said that Christian men watch porn more than anything else. It doesn't go into account that anybody else can self-identify as a Christian. Even a Satan can say have Christian beliefs and agendas. They can even do this in self-reporting. So to me, that doesn't even answer the question, because the statistics are rapidly thrown out when it actually asks for people who are Christians. You're not talking about people who are honestly Christians or who aren't Christian, because anybody can identify them. That's why his stats are bunk and don't make any sense. Now, going back to my prescription that I've proven that 9% is the divorce rate of orthodoxy, if we can even show this semblance of happening and that it's practical for even this group, pay attention. The prompt says, is it practical? And I show that this group, it's practically working for them, and everybody else is refusing to have a long-lasting marriage or a covenant or having crowning ceremonies or anything like that. That's their own choice. That's what I'm saying. That's their own choice. If they don't want to subscribe to a real marriage that's actually going to work at a 9% divorce rate, all these people are just lemmings going off of the cliff. And we're not arguing for those people. That's not what the argument's about. Anyways, back to the whole thing. I can see my time.
Yeah, so, man, this guy has not got a case at all. He's basically arguing that 1% of the population, he's arguing that if he can prove 1% of the population can practice ecclesiastical marriages, then that somehow this is going to mean that this is going to save the rest of the United States. Buddy, this is not going to work at all. Like I keep telling you, proven, actually, what this will completely disprove his whole argument.
That's not what the debate is.
The exception proves the rule. Okay, he's arguing for the exception. He's basically saying, "Oh, look at this! I have a 1% exception that is basically practicing ecclesiastical marriages, so therefore I'm right." It's like the exception proves my rule that I'm right, that ecclesiastical marriages is not a viable solution in today's society. So that's checkmate for you, buddy. You're literally arguing the exception to the rule, and the exception proves the rule that I'm right. Modern women are not signing up to be basically traditional wives. They're not signing up for ecclesiastical marriages. And I'll actually give you basically the hammer in this guy's nail. Ecclesiastical marriages will not work in today's society because men don't have the leverage in today's society. Modern women yield all of the leverage. Modern women have social media. You know that 25, like it's a crazy percentage of like 35% of young men have not even had sex, of like Gen Z men have not even had sex with young women. These guys are not even approaching women to be able to talk. Meanwhile, young women are more sexually active than ever. They basically have they're more likely to have multiple partners. They're with older men. They have all of these options. So arguing for ecclesiastical marriages, it's like basically saying, it's not even possible because men don't have the leverage. Ecclesiastical marriages you can only get women to sign up for ecclesiastical marriages when the men have leverage. And in today's society, the men don't have the leverage. So this guy needs to explain how men without leverage are going to somehow impose their will on women and going to impose their will, even more importantly, on this feminist, like even frankly misandrous court system. How are you going to do that with your 1% of influence? And then he's basically his 1%.
All right, okay, Scope. That's your time, Scope. That's your time. All right, Marte, your rebuttal.
So this guy's crazy. He makes a lot of assertions and saying, well, how are you going to prove percents and all this? Like I said, if you can pay attention, like I said, the literacy rate is like declining right now. And I'm seeing a stern example of not only Black fatigue, but also declining literacy rates and comprehension levels right now. If you can read the prompt again, it literally says ecclesiastical marriage is practical in today's society. All I have to do is prove that it works. If I can prove that it works and people aren't avoiding this, like to me, that's already the case that I need to do to win this debate. That's all I need to do. We're not arguing for is the percentage going to boom? That's not what the debate is. And all this, you're literally arguing also for secularism and people when you say in modern society, women are doing this and that. Who cares? I don't care about the rest of society. I just care about the practicality of demonstrating that it does work in these segments of population that is actually growing. So when you talk about 1%, right? It's rapidly growing. I don't know what studies or surveys you're looking at right now, but can you disprove the 9% that it functions and works and women are sleeping with their husbands enthusiastically? It's happening right now. You can't disprove this. So you go around this and you say, well, no, modern society. I'm not talking about modernity. What I'm talking about is the practicality and these semblances and places where it does work. And if we can see an example of this where it does work, to me, it doesn't really make any sense for you to make an argument for people that don't even believe in an ecclesiastical marriage and a non-covenant, because that's not who I'm fighting for, and that's not what this debate's about. We're talking about, does it work for these people? That's literally what the debate's about. Matter of fact, let me make this really concise for you in elementary, my bro. So if it works for these people who have only a 9% divorce rate and it's practical for them and they live in society, is this not practical for this society and these people that have to function and live? Can you disprove that? Because I'd love to hear this, because you're arguing for people who are feminists and all that. I don't care about them. I'm talking about Christians.
His point is basically nonsense at best. He's basically, his whole argument, he's framing the whole conversation into such a narrow sphere that he's like, basically, if I can prove that 1% of 1% can work, then I'm right. Well, technically, you can be right if 1% to the 1% is going to work. But I'm basically talking about what's a practical solution in the modern society. Okay, young women are not signing up for this. Young men are not signing up for this. Maybe you might be able to convert 1% to the 1% of people who are in their 50s who cannot even reproduce to sign up for this, but nobody else is signing up for this. What I'm offering is practical solutions to young men who are out here in the struggle, who are dealing with this, who are basically dating young women. I'm sure you haven't even had a date in 50 years, but young women and young men who are dealing with this, who are out here in the streets, as we would say, I'm giving them practical solutions. And the practical solutions is, hey, don't go sign up for an ecclesiastical marriage where you have no rights, where you have basically no leverage as a woman. And the men who basically have no leverage in this situation, you're somehow going to impose your will on people. It's basically nonsense. This is a literal nonsense at best. He's basically getting 50-year-olds married and basically saying, oh, these, even within your 50-year-old ecclesiastical marriages, basically still have a 9% divorce rate. It's like, if this was working, the 1% should not have a 9% divorce rate, okay? Your basically solutions are nothing. The rest of America is going to be moving on. The rest of America is very liberal. The rest of America is going to be doing their thing. If you basically go out into the sticks and then make this thing work, the rest of the world is still going to be out here. The rest of the United States is still going to be moving forward. Women are going to still be voting very liberal. Women are still going to be voting to basically abort their babies at a very high rate, which was the #1 issue. So how are you getting these women to sign up for your ecclesiastical marriages, Mr. 1% to the 1%? This is ridiculous.
All right. Marte, your time begins now.
So the problem with this is he's not actually addressing the argument right now. He's literally all over the place. just throwing scattershot and seeing what sticks at this point. I don't understand this guy's argument when he says the country is all liberal. No, it's not. We literally have a Republican president that's in office right now. And yes, I would actually agree with you, because I can actually make a concession in this debate, unlike you, that women, if they are left to their devices and we strip men off of the playing board, it would all be blue. And I would actually agree with you that this is the way that women vote when left to their own devices. But if you put them in an orthodox or actually ecclesiastical structure, which is accordance with our 2,000 years of unchanged holy apostolic tradition, they actually tend to vote and actually copy their husbands in what they do. So you haven't actually addressed the whole debate. You've actually made all these assertions, ad hominem attacks, saying that I probably haven't had a debate and all this, where you keep deviating from the debate. And I keep going back to the whole topic at hand, which you keep doing. And I actually feel like I'm doing daddy daycare right now, bringing you back to the topic. So let's stick to the topic right now. So here are the things that I'll even tell you right now. Right now, the old thing that you guys are talking about that doesn't make any sense, you're going to say that religion's a scam, right? And this is the paradox. Many men will be happy to drop $5,000 or $10,000 on red pill coaches, things like this that happen. And to me, it's like men's retreats, therapy, secular marriages, all this other stuff. But you guys balk at the idea of free mandatory multi-month church premarital counseling. That has 30 years of data showing a large reduction in divorce. You're willing to pay premium prices for secular products that don't work, but you refuse free or low-cost religious versions that do work. Case in point, back to the 9% divorce rates that only happen in orthodoxy, which we can show. I only need to show you that it's
10 seconds.
Matter of fact, let's get down to what practical means. I want to ask you, what do you mean by practical? Works or doesn't work? Because that's what I mean. My definition of practical is it works and it can function.
Right,
and anybody can adopt this.
The definition for practical is if it can work for a large number of people. Okay. Your whole thing is this can work for 0.5% of the 1%. That is not a good enough solution. We need a good enough solution for the majority of Americans, because that's who we're dealing with here. We're not just dealing with people in the sticks, basically, that you're going to prescribe these solutions for. We need a real solution for young women and young men who are having these real life issues. And what I'm offering to young men is a prescription to better yourself, to basically get the most leverage that you can. And if you do want to get married, then you can choose to get married in a way that's beneficial for you. Okay. So your whole solution is basically, oh, we're going to enforce our will on women, which is not happening. And then let me address some of your points that you said. You said that we think religion is a scam. I don't think religion is a scam. I'm personally a religious guy myself, but I have the wherewithal to understand that my religious beliefs are not going to basically hold weight in court. I cannot go to court and say, Your Honor, my wife took a vow before me and now she's then subject to me. I cannot go do that in court. Many women are basically out here divorce graping men in the general public, not in your ecclesiastical 1% to the 1%. In the general public, there's a very high divorce rate. There's a lot of men who are losing their kids, who are having to pay child support, losing custody of their kids. They're having all of these real life problems, and you're offering no real life solutions. Your whole thing is, if I can make this work for a small slither of people, then I'm right. Your solution basically offers nothing to us real people out here. You're basically making an exception for the exception, which proves me right on why young men need to not listen to somebody like you and need to take my role as a prescription seriously. You're basically offering nothing.
All right, go Marte.
So you just contradicted yourself. Chat, I want you to kind of remember what he just said. He literally said out of two sides of his mouth, and this is what this man's saying right now. Well, just because you can prove that it works doesn't prove that it works. Like, that's literally what the man just said right now. I caught this. Did you guys catch this? Doesn't make any sense. So back to definitions, because definitions aren't an absolute, yet they hold some semblance of meaning. I don't see, when we talk about Webster's dictionary, and I'll give you two examples of this, it doesn't talk about massive numbers, which you talk about, which aren't definitionally accurate when we talk about this. One definition says of or concerned with actual doing or use of something rather than theory and ideas. Let's go to the second definition. An idea, plan, or method likely to succeed or be effective in real circumstances. It doesn't talk about mass migration to or conversion to orthodoxy, which you're talking about. The debate is actually not about mass migration or conversion to orthodoxy yet. This is the debate you're talking about. You're conflating the two things. Let's stay on topic because you deviated from the debate 5 different times, and I'm counting right now because that's how much I pay attention, unlike you right now. Ecclesiastical marriage, by the way, I'll repeat this, is practical in today's society, meaning an idea, plan, or method likely to succeed. If you can debunk this 9% divorce rate and say that it's not likely to succeed for these people, I'd love to hear this because you haven't refuted my argument the whole time, yet I've answered all your questions. You haven't answered a single one from me tonight. I can see my time. Please answer a single question because I've answered all yours. Can you at least reconcile the 9% and say that that's not practical definitionally, according to the 2 definitions I've given, which doesn't talk about mass migration, conversion, or anything like that? Can you tell me how it doesn't work for this 9% divorce rate populace? I'd love to hear this because if I can prove it's practical, it works.
All right, go Scope.
Yeah, his whole thing is that he's basically relying on this 9% divorce rate among basically Orthodox Christians. Well, the actual divorce rate among the general Christian population, not this one slither of basically Christianity that you're trying to argue for, the general divorce rate among Christians is 30 to 50%. Who would want to sign up for something with a 50% rate? Would you basically go outside today if I told you, hey, you have a 50% of getting shot today? Would you go outside if you basically were, if that was your chances? No. And this proves why a lot of men today are basically not signing up for marriage. Marriage rates are down. If there was some kind of incentive for men to get married in today's society, they would be lining up in droves. But marriage rates are down. And then his whole point is, oh, within the 1% of people in the Orthodox, there's basically they have a 9% divorce rate. Well, can you address the divorce rate among the general Christians, or is your whole thing, ecclesiastical marriages can work for the small slither of people? So then I'm right. It's like you literally don't have an argument, man. Your argument is not practical or even applicable to the general United States. So you literally have a losing argument here. You have a losing proposition, basically, because you literally have no foundation to your argument. Like I said, I want you to address that 30 to 50% of Christians, the divorce rate among Christians is 30 to 50%. He keeps arguing for this 9% among Orthodox. Is Orthodoxy the only denomination in Christianity, or are we going to address the rest of the Christians? Or is your prescription only applicable to 1% of the people? Because if your prescription is only applicable to 1% of the people, then it's not. It's really like it's not a prescription at all.
All right, Marte, go.
So you're still making the ad populum debate as far as like, well, if this many people do this, to me, definitionally, that doesn't say it's not a solution. And I'll give you a hypothetical. There's a village here, right? And there's 2 pools that people can drink out of. One that's muddy and it's brown because people defecate in there all the time. And then there's one up on the hill that takes a lot of work to get to, and it's tiresome, but a lot of people just don't want to do the work to get up to this hill, but it's fresh, clean drinking water, and only 1%. Yes, I'll even entertain your 1% idea, even though that's factually incorrect, and I can actually disprove that, but I'm not even going to do that because I'm going to actually engage in a hypothetical, something that you won't do, that I'm asking you to do, because I'm engaging in my own. And these 2 pools, one's convenient to get into. If anybody could jump into this muddy brown water and they're like, oh, I'm just going to draw. It's just bad. It's not prescription. But everybody at the bottom is saying, but I don't want to climb this high trek to get this clean water that works and with healthier bodies, and people are less sick and more healthy and producing more families because the water is actually cycling nutrients throughout their body and stuff. I just don't want to do that. That's not a solution. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, that's literally this guy's argument right now, saying that because I have to work and do all this, why should we have to convert to walking up this hill to get the clean water that works for everybody else out? I should actually ask you why the 56% aren't willing to trek for this water that's a viable solution that works for everybody else in the small community of 1%ers that want to do the work and trek to get this Aquafina pure water that nobody else wants to do the work for. That's actually the conundrum that you present. And this is actually your debate that you're making. You're saying that because only 1% of people want to do something that actually works and doesn't screw up and isn't, something that's breaking up traditional families, that's not a solution. To me, that doesn't make any sense because you still haven't reconciled why people shouldn't even do this. If it's a solution, you're not proving that it's not a solution if it actually
time's
works.
Up. Go, Scope.
Yeah, so since this guy's argument has completely been defeated, people in the chat are asking, what is my prescription? And I'll give you simply what my prescription is. My prescription is not ecclesiastical marriages. It's not practical in today's society. So my prescription is the free agent lifestyle. As a young man in today's society, knowing what we know, knowing and understanding that young women are not signing up to be traditional, that they're not signing up to be ecclesiastical wives because it's just not practical, I say then you must do what's best for you. You must pursue excellence as a man. You must pursue peace, quiet, and freedom. And that's basically what's going to then give you the leverage and options that you need. Because if you have leverage in today's society, you're the best version of yourself, and then you basically have options and experience with women, then you'll be able to then dictate what's best for you. And then you can decide if you want, oh, I can get married if I want in that case, or I can basically decide to do whatever I want, or if I don't want to get married, I can decide to do that as well. But pigeonholing men and basically saying, oh, ecclesiastical marriages is the only way, and only 1% to the 1% can basically practice this. And within even the 1%, there's a 30%, 30 to 50% divorce rate. That's not a practical solution. Nobody's signing up for that in today's society. And it's already been proven. I've completely destroyed this guy's argument. His basically argument is literally nothing. I've proven that ecclesiastical marriages are not practical or even widely adoptable in a modern setting. So as far as I'm concerned, I've completely destroyed this guy's whole argument. He literally has nothing. He's been just repeating and saying the long-winded questions for the last basically however long this debate is going on. So as far as I'm concerned, I've completely destroyed this guy. I've shown why ecclesiastical marriages are not working in today's society.
Time's up.
You've got to be a free agent.
Go, Marte.
So this guy is living in a fictional world because right now we're currently in this debate. I don't know what debate this guy's in right now, but he hasn't proven that ecclesiastical marriages don't work in today's society when I repeated 9%. He says that I keep repeating it, but the reason why I keep repeating it, Scope, is because you fail to reconcile any of this, right? So here's the thing, though. I'll even engage on another scenario because you can engage or reconcile the 9% divorce rate or the fact that in these ecclesiastical marriages, people are sticking together and making this work. Various people in my chat, I can even go to that and even offer anecdotes and things like this. Yet you don't know anything about my life, my personal stuff, and you say I haven't dated. So I'll even give you a conundrum. This is the paradox you're dealing with because you bring up feminism in the West, right? So you often say that marriage is a bad deal because feminism ruined the courts. Right? You propose this, the arranged cohabitation with kids and no marriage that gives women the most power and you the least protection because she can walk away with the kids and half of the assets at any moment with no fault required and no marriage contract to enforce 50-50 custody or property division. You've achieved peak feminist outcome while calling yourself an anti-feminist. To me, this doesn't make any sense because you'd rather have cohabiting, and this doesn't make any sense because we want to have two parents in the household, yet your prescription offers no progeny, no kids, no lineage or anything else like that, thus staving off marriage or anything else like this. You forget to also mention that the kids are also involved. So when you think about this, do you not want a lineage? Do you not want to produce anything else? What better than a marriage that's ecclesiastical to produce kids in? To me, that's not only patriarchal. Red pill community also bodes with this as well too, and also agrees with this. Even Black people, I can probably swing them over to say, would you not want to be with a patriarchal structure or involved in this? To me, it's nonsensical. It's a non-answer because you can't even reconcile the 9%. This is why we keep circling back to it, because if I can say that that's a prescription that actually works, and you've never refuted that, that's my debate.
Yeah, this guy completely lost the debate. Honestly, I've got it in the bag, and this will be the final nail in the coffin for him because his whole thing is that within this 1% of people that he can prescribe this solution for, even within that 1%, right? He's saying that there's a 9% divorce rate. So what have those 9% done? They went and then used the court system, the secular court system that you're condemning. They then went and used that in their favor, which is basically, not to go back to what we were saying, but that's what your leader's wife ended up doing. She ended up using the court system against him. So it's like, even within his prescription, the 9% can then basically still flip-flop and use whatever system that they want. If the women want to be ecclesiastical, they can be ecclesiastical. But then when they do decide, you know what, I want a divorce, then they basically reserve the right to be able to use the non-secular, secular court system against you. So his whole thing is basically not working at all. It's not a practical solution, like I said. And then he's trying to strawman my argument, saying that I'm recommending men don't have kids. Of course, I recommend men to have kids. If men could basically go out and have as many kids as they would like, to be able to get a nice, dutiful wife. But then I'm not coping here. I'm not the one who's coping, because I recognize reality. If men can do this, the birth rates in the United States would be skyrocketing. But that's not what's happening. I'm a realist. I understand what's going on. I'm actually on the ground in here in the trenches with the men. So that's why I'm able to relate to them and give them basically practical solutions, which this guy has not given one practical solution, because he's not even in the field. So I'm telling you guys what's going on right here in the trenches. But this guy right here is basically coping.
All right, go more time.
Oh, you're good. I yield the time. I already won.
All right, go more time.
So it's funny, if I was playing a sport or something like that, like the ref would actually say who won the match, or the court of public opinion, just uttering that you won. To me, I'm a pro athlete in 2 world-class sports. I would never go on stage and be like, I won, before awards were given out or anything else like this. So posthumously, I mean, I could assert that I win, but guess what? I'm really benevolent with all the examples that I've given and everything else. He also lied twice. So he said that my opponent tonight has said that I've asserted that his worldview recommends that people don't have kids. I've never once said that. What I've said is that he doesn't give a prescription to have kids, because he staves off marriage, which delays kids. That's what I said. And also the second lie that he told, he's been lying this whole debate. He's also said my opponent isn't in the field and doesn't do any of this other stuff. He's also making a lot of empty assertions. He doesn't know any of this stuff. So he's not even reconciling with my 9% argument. He can't even get past this to show that it's his prescription that does work. So my opponent gish gallops and jumps all over the place, and then barely touches and scathes the whole prompt that we're talking about right here. Can you at least focus? Because I don't know if it's ADHD, literacy rate, or comprehension, but I am certainly fatigued by your presence right now tonight. I will say this. So going back to this, let's stay on topic. If it does work, and I can show you that prescriptively, the 56% do converge, can you tell me, I'll ask a question, can you tell me that it won't work for them? Because you said that when it comes to these marriages, when it comes to ecclesiastical marriage, the failure rate's high. When actually, I just debunked this. You can Google this right now. 9%, which you've literally lied again, saying that no, the failure rate's high, because you talk out of both sides of your mouth. When I tell you 9%, you give me 56%. And you say, is this only the Christianity that you offer? If I give you this question and I ask you this and I say that this is a solution, can you then tell me, without giving me 56% or anything like that, how this won't work if we're proving that it works? Can you at least answer me this question? Because can you tell me how this isn't a solution and it doesn't work for these people? I can see my time. Answer that.
Yeah, his whole thing is that this works for the 1% of the 1%, and I'm saying that this does. Yeah, you're right. This works for the 1% of the 1%. Basically, that's a non-factor. Those people are not out here contributing to society. You guys can basically go off in the woods and practice your ecclesiastical marriages. It's not really relevant to the rest of the society. Everybody else is out here basically living the free agent lifestyle as a counterism, or as a counter to feminism, which is rampant among young women. You haven't answered one of the questions where I asked you basically, how are you going to get women to sign up for this? You weren't able to answer that. And then basically I asked you so many different questions. You could not answer that. Your whole basically premise is the whole premise that you're standing on is that 9% of Orthodox basically have divorce rates. And I've basically brought up the counter that 30 to 50% of Christian marriages end up basically in divorce. You couldn't basically debunk that. Your whole basically thing is, oh, no, we're not going to address any of the other denominations. This only works for basically the Orthodox. So that's basically good enough. It's like, dude, how about you address the other denominations? Because those are also Christian people who would like to participate in. You know what? Actually, that actually proves my point that this is not even practical, because you're basically saying it's not even practical for the other Christians, let alone the wider basically demographic. So your prescription doesn't even work for Christians. That's why you lost the argument. That's why I can proudly say I ended up winning this debate here, because my opponent here is basically just, his whole thing is, oh, this can only work for such a small slither of people. So I ended up winning. But the rest of the United States, this doesn't really apply to them. So if your solution basically only applies to such a small slither of people,
10 seconds.
Basically a nonsense. My solution applies to a wide array of young men, and for young women who would like to join us, it applies to them as well. But this guy's slither only applies to 1% of the 1%. It makes no sense.
Okay, here's the problem with this, and you're failing to actually still address my question, which you've never asked, because I asked the question, which I never got an answer for. Here's the thing, though. You're talking about, and you're making a bunch more empty assertions. You're talking about Christians. Well, you ever seen the movie called Civil War? Well, what kind of American are you? You ever see that scene where people are going to say, what kind of American? And then the guy gets off because he answers wrong. Well, what kind of Christian are you? Do you think that this has part and parcel to play with longevity of marriages? There's a lot of people that can self-identify as Christians, and they're not Christians at all. So when you talk about the 56%, that's being debunked. When we talk about this, it doesn't go into effect of like if they're self-identifying, if they're, if they practice sacraments or any of this stuff. It just asks a general broad analysis of this. Now, here's the problem with your whole argument. It's like, and I'll even go back to my hypothetical of clean drinking water. 1% drinks this clean drinking water, which takes a whole lot of work and effort to get to, and it's my salvation of healthy kids, lineage, and family. And then there's different water, right? Because Christianity has different sects. If we talk about this and then we deviate a little bit because we have female pastors, is that patriarchal? No, but they identify as Christians. Then we don't count those. To me, I wouldn't count that. So it's like you can't lump us all in, and you're also conflating this. To me, this doesn't really make any sense. What I said, and I'll go back to this, a patriarchal structure, female-led churches with female-led pastors, to me, I don't count as Christian per se, because traditionally they fail the metrics when we talk about the standard that we uphold to as a patriarchal structure, meaning rule of the father. So in a house, you want a father to rule, and there's a hierarchy with women, even red pill, black people would agree with this, the hierarchy, and then the kids. So when it comes to this, that's what I'm talking about. Prescriptively, it works for them. So you're making a fallacious argument right now. I concede my time.
All right, thank you, Marte. So this is we're down to the last pretty much 3 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Scope the final word, and then we're going to go into your outros, your final statement. So Scope, here is your final rebuttal.
Yeah, I'll actually just turn this back to him, because he ended up just self-defeating himself in this last rant here. He literally just conceded the point that this ecclesiastical marriages doesn't even work for even Christians. I find this baffling that his prescription that's going to save the country doesn't even work for Christians. So I want him to answer, if this doesn't even work for Christians, how is he going to apply this to any people? And he said, oh, so if this doesn't even work for Christians, who does it work for? And what percentage of people's lives would this affect? I want him to answer this question, because he literally just defeated his whole argument by just conceding that this can't even work for Christians. So if this can't even work for Christians, how the hell is this going to work for anybody else? Like, literally, he just disqualified himself here. So if this doesn't work for Christians, sir, who's this going to work for? Because Christians is going to be supposed to be the revival of the country. If your prescription doesn't even work for Christians, who does it even work for then? I'll yield the floor to this guy, because he completely just defeated his own argument here.
All right, Marte, I'll give you the final word then. Whenever you're ready.
This is hilarious, because obviously he didn't listen to a damn thing I said. What I said was I made a distinctive claim, right? I made a distinction between what we identify as Christians and what we would say a non-patriarchal church is not the Christian sect that I'm talking about. So when we talk about this, Those people, if you count those as Christian, you're loony to me, because you guys wouldn't even tell men to prescribe themselves to be led by a woman. Even in a non-church setting, or I would say, even a secular setting, you wouldn't want women leading men. So you count them. So to me, I made a distinction in the argument, which you ignored. Either, I don't know if you were not listening or in the clouds or something like that. Once again, I keep being like the babysitter of this whole debate and guiding you back to the prompt here when I talk about this. If I can describe a system that works with my hypothetical, there's a clean fountain on a hill that takes a long trek to get to, but once you get there, there is salvation. It's clean drinking water, it's sustainable living, but nobody wants to do the work. Therein lies the crux. If it works for these people that are willing to do the work and the effort and put in the suffering and sacrifice to make something work, by choosing a solution that actively does work, that you haven't refuted yet, because even if I say 9%, 1%, anything like this, I don't care about percents, because percent isn't in the prop right here. Is it practical in today's society? And when we talk about today's society, you talk about woods and people moving somewhere else in the wilderness. The Orthodox Christian people don't live in the wilderness. They live everywhere all over the world. We live in society and modernity in the system and everywhere else, even in red pill communities. We're adjacent to all these things because we recognize red pill descriptors. And when we think about this, we implore this discussion and dialogue that we're having right now. Obviously, you're not really listening and engaging in the debate right now. When I talked about this, I made a distinctive claim and said that there are Christians that have a patriarchal structure led by men. And I made this distinction clear. You're not able to reconcile this argument of saying it's successful for us. It definitely works.
All right, guys. So that's it. Debate over. The back and forth is over. Ladies and gentlemen, what did you guys think of what both of these men had to say? Leave your comments in the comment section, and also donate. We're going to get to the Q&A after their ending statements. So whatever you have, questions you have for either of these gentlemen, please send them in now. So since Marte had the final word, we're going to give the first final word to Base Scope. You have 7 minutes. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I don't even need 7 minutes, because clearly I've wiped the floor with this guy's debates. His whole argument is that his whole prescription works for such a small sliver of people, and basically saying that this prescription works for such a small slither of people pretty much defeats the whole prescription. What I offer is a practical solution to young men all over the United States who are basically able to apply the free agent lifestyle to be able to combat the woes of feminism, to be able to combat basically the loneliness epidemic that's going on here. His whole prescription basically offers no solution, no relevant solution to anybody. His whole thing is we can get 50-year-olds married, and then they'll be able to basically marry each other, and we'll be able to reduce the divorce rate of 1% to 9%. This is not really practical at all. As somebody who's out here in the trenches, he has no relevant dating or even marriage experience. We don't even know what his background is, but I'm out here in the trenches with young men. I'm able to basically tell you guys and report back to you guys. In fact, the people that he's prescribing these ecclesiastical marriages to is supposed to be young men like myself. And I'm not convinced by his solution at all. And neither is anybody convinced by his solution. Young women will continue to do what's best for them. They'll continue to vote very liberal, very Democrat. In fact, one of the most the number one issue for young women in this previous election was whether they're going to kill their babies or not, which is the issue of abortion, which I'm against any of that. I'm against basically the liberalization and, the wokeness of basically young women. But I'm also a realist. I come to recognize that basically offering these solutions that are for the 1% to the 1% are not going to basically save anybody. So I'm offering real life solutions. Work on yourself, be the best version of yourself that you can be. If you do want a marriage, if you do want a family, that's not going to basically just come from, you just imposing your will on your wife and telling her, hey, submit to me, or you're basically or you're not going to have any rights. That's not a practical solution at all. My solution is that a wife is willingly going to submit to you when you make yourself the best version that you could possibly be. Be a free agent, work on yourself, develop yourself, do what you need to do. And if you do want to end up getting married, go ahead. By all means, do get married, but don't be basically blinded like this guy is telling you. He's basically misleading young men and telling them, oh, everything is going to work out. Just basically have ecclesiastical marriages. Well, I tell young men, be very much aware of the current divorce system. The current secular court system is going to basically blindside you and grape you, as it did to many other people. We're not going to really get into that, but as it did for many other people. And if you are aware of that, and if you go in there with basically you being the best version of yourself, you'll be able to come out all right. But then if you just basically go into the arena like this guy is telling you, and basically are just completely, just coping and hoping and basically saying, going in there with this 1950s mindset, which is not even applicable to today's society. If you go in there with that kind of mindset, you're going to be, caught off guard and railroaded, which has happened to many young men. So his prescription is really a nothing burger at the end of the day. I've completely debunked and basically exposed this guy's rhetoric. And, the free agent lifestyle is the future, where you can have peace, quiet, and freedom, be the best version of yourself, acquire leverage and options, do what you got to do. And that's the winning formula right here. So I've completely wiped the floor with this guy as far as I'm concerned. The free agent lifestyle is the only way. If you're a free agent, you're winning. If you're in an ecclesiastical marriage, good luck. But I yield my time because I've won this as far as I'm concerned.
All right, that's the end of your time. So Marte, now for your closer.
So my opponent never once addressed my argument of it being a solution-oriented approach. Yet while he's saying 56% of mine, he's saying that he offers a solution. And when asked by a chatter, do you have any solutions? He gave none. If you paid attention to the debate, not only did he give none, but he also no prescription for continuing a flourishing society with legacy, children, and progeny. He never gave that. Orthodoxy actually offers that. He's never once debunked that our prescriptive measures, even in my hypothetical that I actually set up to test his logic, he literally just obfuscated and avoided this and wouldn't even address the hypothetical. Matter of fact, I gave two hypotheticals, didn't even address them. My first question, he filibustered and wouldn't even let me dive into this, which is crazy. I think that, I keep going back to literacy rates and Black fatigue right now. I am exhausted, not even fatigued at this point by this guy's argument at this point. So right now, if he's saying that it's not a prescription, so if I told you if a car, this is my whole argument. If a car after 1,000 trips only had 9% accidents, he's saying, no, don't get in those cars. Get in our cars. For ours, which I can't even tell you guarantees has airbags or anything like that. It's just a free agent car that I have for you, which the massive failure rate on their end, it doesn't also have a prescription because there's no rules or anything else like this. Just take our cars. Don't take the car with the 9% safety rating where you only get 9% of the time versus everybody else's car. That's his argument, and that's what it boils down to. I don't know. This guy's a bad salesman. He says I debunked this guy. He's never done a debate before. It shows. I was at least professional in this debate. The guy had no argument tonight, ladies and gentlemen. No refutation against my points. No argument. He just argued for secularism in society and divorces. Not even the prompt at all. He argued for everything else but the prompt. I can see my time.
All right. Thank you very much for that, guys. Like I said, make sure you guys hit that like button. I also have a poll going asking who you guys thought won. So make sure you vote on that. All right. Now let's get to the Q&As. There is still time that you guys have to submit your super chats asking either of these gentlemen a question. So let me get to the first one. This is from Workademics for $2. Thank you very much. Why does Vic hate on CJ for having nice things? Let me also remind you to stick to the debaters, not the moderator. But I actually do think he has nice things. I'm not hating on him for just having nice things. Now let's get to Blaine134 for $20. Thank you very much, Blaine. Showing some love from Crucible Crew and RSTV Crew. Well, thank you very much. Just showing some support. Thank you very much, Blaine. Workademics again for $2. Have each person define an ecclesiastical marriage. Now, he misspelled it. I don't know if that was a troll or if he actually wants you to define it, but I'm going to treat it as if it's a real question. Marte, you could define it first.
To me, an ecclesiastical marriage is a patriarchal structure. And to me, I would think about 2,000 years, an unchanging standard of a hopefully apostolic Catholic tradition that we have that's unchanging, and not anything else that involves feminism or modernity, which has infiltrated the churches. So I'm omitting that part, right? If we can omit that, That's my definition, is the unholy, or is the holy apostolic unchanged 2,000 years of succession that we've had of not only lineage, marriages, but also a tradition that's proven successful as an experiment over time. And it's not really an experiment. That's my definition for what a tradition is. But back to this, if you want to talk about the definitionally what that is, it's an unchanged standard that we've been beholden to for 2,000 years. And what he's talking about is probably like Christian sects that maybe LDS Mormonisms, because they call themselves Christians, and everybody else, maybe Jehovah's Witnesses, they call themselves Christians too, which I believe is a cult. But I think that this is what I'm talking about. He can't reconcile this at all, or how this doesn't work. So it's just crazy. He hasn't addressed my argument all night.
All right, Scope, would you like to define it now?
Man, this guy's the yap king, bro. That was, for a guy whose whole prescription is ecclesiastical marriages, you could not even define it well. So let me define your own term for you. Ecclesiastical marriages are simply a Christian patriarchal system in which the government is not involved. That's a simple definition of ecclesiastical marriages.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Now, Workademic for another $2. Thank you very much. How is practical defined? Scope, I'll let you go first on that.
Well, practical, I would define it as a solution that is applicable to the general public, is what I would define it as, in pertaining to this ecclesiastical and marriage settings. And that's why I thought his argument was really not a relevant argument, because his argument basically applies to a small slither of people, and my argument applies to a much broader and general public. So that's how I would define practical, a good solution for the masses, I would say.
All right, Marte.
I've actually outlined what my definition is, but I'll even say it again. It doesn't. Okay, I'll just say right now, most likely to succeed or be effective in real circumstances. That's my definition. So if it's most likely to succeed when applied, that's what practical means. And it's actually when we talk about practical, we're talking about in terms of like being solution orientated, even if it's through like a fact-finding process, things like this, what mostly works. So if it has a low failure rate, if you have parachutes and then one deploys, I would say 91% of the time, that's a successful parachute. I would debunk all these other parachutes and say, don't use the one that deploys probably like, 48% of the time, because that's a failure rate, right? I would take the parachute that deploys 91% of the time, because that's a high rate. You're talking about life-saving strategies. So we're talking about effective in real situations or circumstances. That's what practical means to me.
All right. Thank you very much for that answer, Marte. Now let's go to the next one. For $2 again, Workademics, thank you very much. Why is Marte hiding behind prompt? That's for you, Marte.
Because that's what the prompt is. Like we have a prompt in the debate. Originally, my opponent wanted to talk about Andrew Wilson, and I wasn't going to sit here and just defend another man. He could defend himself. So, which also is a good man. He's also not only good, but he's inspired a lot of people to convert. Like myself, I've also converted to Orthodoxy because of him. But like I said, he was diverting from the prompt the whole time. And the whole point of a debate is to talk about the subject at hand, which he deviated, talked about other people, talked about me, saying that I have no experience somehow. I don't know how he got any of this information, which didn't come from me. Actually, he should just ask me. I would have given him an answer and say, yes, I'm involved right now. I'm on the dating market right now, actively doing this and helping men, and with actually a prescriptive measure that actually works with a parachute that deploys 91% of the time. How can he say that this isn't effective? This is the whole thing about a prompt. When you present a prompt, you're not really hiding behind the prompt. You're actually defending the prompt. So I'm using the prompt, where he did the opposite. He ran from the prompt, obfuscated, ran away from the prompt several times, and went off everywhere else. To me, I think that that's crazy talk. You should be able to not hide behind a prompt, but keep reverting back to the prompt in a debate.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Marte. Wi-Fi Gospel for the $5. W. Marte, showing some support for Marte. Thank you very much, Wi-Fi. And let's see. He sends another $5. Wi-Fi Gospel does. Thank you very much, brother. This is for Scope. Scope. How many babies are sacrificed because of the free agent lifestyle? How do we replace our population if all men adopt this ideology?
Listen, the free agent lifestyle does not you know, advocate for abortion. The free agent lifestyle simply recognizes reality. Women are aborting these kids, whether you basically women are doing what they're doing, and we just need to be able to do what's right for us is basically the solution here. So this question basically saying that I'm out here advocating for abortion, or what percentage of you know, babies are sacrificed for this is all nonsense, because I'm not advocating for abortion. I personally don't believe in abortion myself. So that's making all types of assertions there.
Vic, can I actually respond to that? So
Sure.
Scope, he asked you a direct question, which you still haven't answered or reconciled. He never said that you're offering this or you're recommending this or promoting that. He just asked you how many are sacrificed because of the free agent lifestyle. Listen to you. I don't know what the problem with this is, a comprehensive thing or whatever, but he's asking, how do we replace our population if men adopt this ideology and that happens?
Dude, the birth rates are already declining. No, there's already these people practicing ecclesiastical marriages. By your standards, the birth rates are already plummeting in this country.
So
you trying to just somehow pin that on basically the free agent lifestyle is absolute nonsense. The what was it? These women are having all of these abortions because they're feminist mindset. So if women are out here, sacrificing all of these babies, how then are you going to basically impose this ecclesiastical standards on the women who are aborting these babies? That's where my mindset and the free agent lifestyle comes in, because we recognize reality and we're just simply not coping like you guys.
So you can't even answer the question.
And are we still going on a debate? Because this is a back and forth. You know, we can go back and forth. I thought we were answering questions here, but he's basically
you haven't answered the guy's
butting
question.
in when we're answering his question. So I really don't know what's going on here.
I'm asking you, can you answer his direct question? You're dancing around it. Can you answer the question
already? I don't know. I don't know what you expect me to say. Women are already feminist out here. That is an answer. Women are already feminist. Your ecclesiastical marriage is not going to save. What percentage of women has ecclesiastical marriages saved from killing babies? You answer that question. What percentage of ecclesiastical marriages has it saved any babies? No, ecclesiastical marriage has not saved any babies.
How are you going to ask me a question, then answer it yourself for me?
Go ahead, answer that question. What percentage has ecclesiastical marriages saved? How many babies has ecclesiastical marriages saved? You tell me.
You realize you're answering the question with a question at this point, right?
Oh my gosh, dude! I thought we're answering questions out here. If we're gonna go back to the debate, I can basically pull out my notes and get more points to expose this guy's debate. I've already exposed this guy's whole debate. I've completely destroyed you, my guy. Ecclesiastical marriages are not even practical in today's society at all.
I've already proven this.
You're arguing for the 1% to the 1%.
All right, let's continue. You can't even answer the question. Let's continue.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's continue.
We can move on.
That's what we're doing.
We can move on to the next question. John Smith for $5. Thank you very much, brother. If two black men get married, how do they decide which one leaves the kid? I think that's a joke there, you know?
Yeah, because that wouldn't happen in orthodoxy. First of all, we wouldn't allow, but in the free agent lifestyle, I'm pretty sure that they'll have butt babies all day long. And I don't think that there's anything denouncing this. It's free agent lifestyle. I don't hear it.
I don't think you want to get started on the Christian church out here raping young men and all of the pedophilia that's going on with the Christian churches. I really don't think you want to go there.
Hold on. Can you not say on the stream? Can you not say APs and PDs on stream?
Please, bro. I'm just saying I don't think we want to go there, because you're out here trying to take basically shots at the free agent lifestyle, saying we advocate for homosexuality. The free agent lifestyle is anti-homosexuality, just so we're clear.
So there's two things right now. You're violating TOS. I don't like that. That's not cool. It's not friendly. I'm just helping you out here.
Dude, and when you're trying to nitpick because you lost the debate, my guy.
Hold on. When you say I'm attacking the free agent lifestyle, he asked you something that doesn't involve the free agent lifestyle. Can you answer the question?
This was the general thing that he threw out. This was not asked to me, but because you lost the debate, you're basically trying to just have every question turned on me. It's like, dude, you lost the debate. This was a random question. The question was, if two black men get married, how do they decide which one leaves the kid? So is that a free agent lifestyle question?
That's not.
We don't advocate for homosexuality here, but because you lost the debate, you're like trying to find a comeback. This is like quite telling that you got destroyed.
This isn't a comeback. This is what he asked you, bro.
Bro, I've destroyed the whole debate. I don't advocate for homosexuality at all.
I'm asking about the chatter's question. Can you actually engage in this? Because I did.
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't believe in homosexuality at all. Is that a good enough answer for you?
That doesn't answer the question. Okay, since you're not going to answer questions, let's continue. This is crazy.
Dude,
this
the question is literally, if two black men got married, how do they decide which one has the baby?
Right.
It's like, that's a nonsensical question, but because you lost the debate so bad, you're like irritated. Dude, I got you walking on eggshells, man. I got you walking on edges.
Yeah,
like,
all right.
You're walking on all the eggshells, bro.
I'm sorry.
All right, I'm muting you both. Okay, we're just gonna move on to the next question now. Okay. All right, you guys are both unmuted. Let's go to the next question. Wi-Fi Gospel again for the $5. Thank you very much, brother. This is for Scope. Scope, if the general American has a 50% chance of getting rich, but it shoots to 91% if they become Orthodox, should we prescribe Orthodoxy?
Well, I would counter that by saying, if the general American has a 50% chance of getting rich, but in Christianity, you also have a 50% chance of not getting rich, then what do we prescribe? Because the average, you see, these guys, what they keep trying to do, and I'll expose this, because they keep trying to rely on this crutch of Orthodox. They're saying that the Orthodox Church has 9% divorce rate, so we should all just basically become Orthodox. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, sir, but the majority of the United States is not somehow converting to Orthodoxy. In fact, Orthodoxy, I'm not a Christian, but Orthodoxy is, I might say, is the least popular of the Christian branches. Am I right there? Because I don't see many Orthodox at all. I've seen Catholicism blow up nowadays. There's a lot of evangelical Christians, but your solution basically offers nothing to even these groups who have, I might point out, a 50% divorce rate within any of these denominations. So your solution basically applies to a small slither. You guys are literally leaning on this crutch of Orthodoxy so hard. It's quite pathetic, and it's not applicable to anybody, really. It's not even applicable to Christians. And that's how I exposed this whole debate, because their solution doesn't even apply to Christians. What kind of pathetic solutions is offering, traditional, we're offering these prescriptions for Christians, but it can't even apply to all of Christians. That's quite a pathetic prescription, if I might say. But anyways, yeah, so go ahead. I don't think we should all basically convert to Orthodoxy, is my response.
So this is how very black-pilled of this guy to say this. It's like, if I have a bunch of parachutes and one deploys 91% of the time,
can this guy stop butting in on the questions? Because if the questions are basically going to be a back and forth, we're not going to keep doing this.
I didn't interrupt you.
That question was basically asked to me, and I answered the question.
I can't respond.
If somebody asks him a question, let him answer it, because I don't like this back and forth on the questions. We've already ended the whole debate, and then.
All right. I muted you guys both. Okay. Now, sometimes in the Q&A, from what I've seen, sometimes a back and forth still kind of ensues. Okay. But if you want to just keep it to the questions, we could do that as well. What do you guys think about that? Scope, I'm going to ask you first. What do you think about that? Scope. You're muted, but you're unmuted. Do you want me to just keep it to the questions? You're still muted. You're still muted. I'm going to unmute you now. Do you want to keep it to the questions?
Yeah, I would like to keep it to the questions, because if we're going to be going back and forth, that's not a good format for the questions. I would rather answer the question directly. If people have questions for him, let them super chat questions for him. They have questions for me, super chat questions for me. I don't mind answering the questions, but this back and forth, like, I've already defeated the guy. So.
All right. What about you, Marte? Do you want to just keep it to the questions? You want to do back and forth?
I do want to keep it to the question, because I would like him to actually engage in one question tonight. For some reason, that's mission impossible for this guy. So here's the thing, though. Scope, I want to ask a question. How would you, well, actually, that's back and forth. I don't want to ask that, but I'll say it because it's going to come up anyways. So if the general American has a 50% chance of getting rich, but it shoots 91% if they become Orthodox, should we prescribe Orthodoxy? Yes. To me, that's a clear solution. We're talking about solution-oriented approach through we could even say a fact-finding process, which men do because we're logical thinkers. If I go back 2,000 years, and this has worked for lineage and even apostolic succession all the way down, and it's proven to work, just because 99% of the populace doesn't want to go with the winning team or something that works, to me, it doesn't really make any sense. Because if you have proven something that does work, why not use this? It just shows that the other populace, 65%, doesn't want to convert. So when we talk about Christianity, LDS think that they're Christians. Mormons think that they're Christians. Jehovah's Witnesses say that they're Christians. So he lumps them all together as if this is all going to be the same thing. To me, that's also a fallacious argument as well, too.
All right, Scope, do you have any final words on that, or do you want to move on?
Yeah, honestly, like I said, Orthodoxy is the least popular of the Christian denominations. I don't think even Christians are even converting to Orthodoxy. So this whole crutch of Orthodoxy, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, it's quite debunked because Christians themselves are not even practicing Orthodoxy. And then these guys are trying to make an argument that 1% or 9% of Orthodox get divorced. So therefore, now we should basically get the whole country to, become Orthodox Christians. It's like these guys, their whole solutions are basically idealistic and fairy tales. So this guy is literally asking me the question that we should basically, his whole insinuation is that, oh, since Orthodox have 91% of success, then we should get the whole country to convert to Orthodoxy. But my whole point and why this guy's got defeated today is that the country, Christians themselves are not even Orthodox. Literally, Orthodoxy is 0.5 to 1% of Christians. And then their solution is that this works for Orthodoxy, so this basically should work for everybody else. It's like if Christians don't even want to embrace this, what makes you think the general population is going to? Answer that for me.
All right. Marte, would you like to answer that, or would you like to move on to the next question?
Yeah, I'll actually engage on this, and I'll actually be good faith, unlike what I've seen tonight displayed. Maybe, let me just go to it because I wanted to say something else, but let's get to it. So I given the hypothetical of the clean drinking water that people generally don't want to work. You would even say that the biggest disease right now in America that's infiltrating everybody else would be inactivity. That's a massive thing. We have the fattest nation on earth. And I would say even in our populace of Black women, we have the most out of shape women of all. But if I would direct them to a gym and say, no, it takes a lot of hard work, sacrifice, and diet, would they do this? And would you say that that's not a solution? You would say your argument is, no, it's not a solution because they just don't want to get fit and go to the gym and sweat because they're wearing weaves and fake eyelashes and all these other things. And they'll fall off because when they sweat, it all of a sudden melts off their head. To me, that's nonsensical. And that's my argument, is saying, if you want to suffer a little bit and sacrifice to make things work, what the reward at the end is going to be well worth it. Just telling me that the majority of Americans don't want to weather hard storms is not a solution, isn't a good argument to even make. I've given you the 9%, you can't even refute this, and you haven't even answered a single question, let alone this question by Alexander that he proposed. Yeah.
All right, Scope, would you have any final words on that, or would you like to move on?
Yeah, honestly, I think I've made my point already. The majority of Christians don't even want to, become Orthodox. So I really don't think their solution is applicable to the wider range of people. And the fact that these guys are like circle jerking each other, it is what it is. It's like nobody's really becoming Orthodox. Catholicism, as far as I'm concerned, is what I've seen the most popular branch of Christianity that's growing. And their whole thing doesn't even apply to, all of Christians. So as far as I'm concerned, it's really a non-point.
All right, well, let's move on to the next question. This is for both of you from Flavius. Thank you very much for the $50. Very generous of you, brother. Seriously, much appreciated.
Hey, shout out to you, W.
Hell yeah, W's indeed. So thoughts on abortion and why? I'm going to let Marte answer this one first.
So I brought this up in the debate earlier with the amount of ABs that have happened. I'll even use the lingo to respect your channel because I am a respectful engager with my interlocutor on the channel, unlike the service I've been given all night in response, because approach doesn't determine response, which I'm going to respond to this question right now. Getting back to this, I brought up that the rate of ABs that are happening in America is higher than the deaths that have happened in American history. If you don't believe me, you can look this up. The stats also prove this and also show this. What's the biggest proponent against this? Orthodoxy, and also a lot of Christianity when it comes to this 2,000 years of tradition that we've had. For him to say that this is bad, well, why would you be against this? You've been arguing my whole point all night saying I'm against these ABs that these B-dubs are doing and everybody else is doing. Why not come over to the winning side? Oh, it's too much work. It's too much prayer, fasting, and all that. I get it. Nobody wants to diet, let alone do anything else like this. Big, scary discipline that we have to do. When I refer to this and say that this is good, we're leading away from ABs, and I think that this is problematic. And this also proves my point as well, too. If they're deleting themselves en masse and Christians are outproducing them, I mean, mind you, when I say Christians, you know what kind of Christians I'm talking about, are outproducing them. Guess who's going to be the last man standing with his little stats that don't really mean anything at the end of the day? That's my point.
All right, thank you very much for that, Marte. Scope, your answers to this question. Thoughts on abortion and why?
Yeah, I think abortion is a huge issue. Unfortunately, it's a very important issue for many young women nowadays, which I don't understand. The obsession with killing your kids. It was literally the primary issue in which Kamala Harris ended up running on. So, and that's why I prescribe and look at things the way that I look at them, because I do understand the realities that are going on in the world today, and I do understand that this is a very important issue to women. And the reason it's such an important issue to women is because women want to be promiscuous in today's society. They want to reserve the right to be able to sleep around and to be able to do it consequence free, which is why an abortion is such a big issue to them. I think it's immoral. I think it's completely destroyed the Black community, for example. Black community, I believe they said right around like 30% of Gen Z within the Black community have basically been killed by abortion. So it's quite a it's just very disgusting, really, to put it quite frank. I don't believe in it at all, but then I do understand that it's a very prevalent thing. And that's why I think his solution, for example, just hoping that women will just drop the abortion and will just basically, submit to ecclesiastical marriages, it really doesn't make sense, because literally the sticking point for women and their number one issue was the right to be able to kill their kids. If that goes to show you everything that we need to understand about today's political climate. So for abortion, I think it's a very destructive thing, but I think it's something that it's not going away, unfortunately.
All right, thank you guys very much for that. Let's get to the next one. John's myth for $2. I believe this is to Scope. Free agent lifestyle equals I gave up, and so should you. Any thoughts on that, Scope?
Man, I think the free agent lifestyle is the exact opposite of people who've given up. The free agent lifestyle gives men meaning, purpose, something to strive for, which is bettering yourself, basically giving your life for yourself. What's better than that? So I don't think the free agent lifestyle preaches giving up at all. I think that's just I don't think this guy really understands the free agent lifestyle if he thinks that's giving up. The free agent lifestyle is all about working on yourself, bettering yourself. I don't know if that sounds like somebody who gave up. The whole reason you should work and better yourself is not for anybody else. You should do it for yourself. So the free agent lifestyle preaches everything opposite of that, I would say.
All right, let's move to the next one from Ken. Thank you very much for $50. Very generous of you, brother. W's for Ken. Thank you very much. Let's see. If you don't marry and you don't cohabitate, what family structure do you provide for the children born out of wedlock? How do you enforce men's duty to their children and family? Wouldn't it exacerbate the problems created by mono parents? I believe this is for you, Scope.
Yeah, so what I personally believe is cohabitating in this kind of environment is not really good. What my practical solution for men, honestly, nowadays is to get married in a place where this misandrous court system does not have influence over you. So for example, men, if you end up getting married overseas where this kind of court system is not really prevalent, where the women are not as feminist, the women are a lot more traditional, then in that kind of system you can get married, you can have your kids and raise them with traditional values, and then there you go. That's how you end up raising your kids. For me, for example, when I eventually end up getting married, I'm gonna go back to my home country, and I'm gonna go marry a traditional woman, and I'm going to raise traditional kids in that kind of setting. Could I do that here? Yeah, I could do that here, but then it's not really going to work out. I'm still going to be subject to the court system here. So the ecclesiastical marriage that this guy is proposing is not really going to work here, because at the end of the day, you're still subject to the laws of the United States. The court system can impose their will on you here. But then if you do that outside of this kind of environment in a different country, then the court system does not have that jurisdiction over you, which is why, why my argument is really the winning one, because this guy is basically saying, just get married ecclesiastically and hope for the best. But then when your woman inevitably decides, because he even says that within 9% of his marriages, they end up getting divorced. So that means 9% of his marriages are subject to the court system in the United States. But then in my prescription, if you leave this system, then you're not subject to it. So if you get married in a foreign country, then this system does not really apply to you. So that's why my prescription is a winning one right there.
Marte, do you have any thoughts on that?
So all I've heard was him really not have an argument. He's had a lot of frustrating complaints that he's offered, things like this. And then what he offers in retaliation to anything I've ever said as a rebuttal, he offers individualism, which is now a religion, what it sounds like, and escapism. So I think that right now he's not offering a solution, but he says, well, it's not giving up, right? Well, it is giving up when you have to flee your home country. How is this not fleeing to go ahead and say, well, let me go over here and hope that I'm doing this and gamble on something else in another country with another system and everything else, and just gamble on something that may or may not even work. When right now here I can go ahead and scope, I'm even talking to you right now, I can go ahead and go to the Orthodox Church right now, get a woman, and guess what's going to happen? She's not going to AD my kids, because we have this communal structure where they're going to hold her to account for all of this. In order for her to have this divorce happen, she's got to go through counsel, religious counsel, community, and all this other stuff. Women are communal. Even red pill people would agree with this. Women are more communal. We offer that. You don't offer any of this. On your argument, you don't offer solution, but escapism, individualism, and me. No traditions, no solutions or anything else, but flee and run and hope for the best and gamble. Maybe I'll fat myself to death. But other than that, I don't hear a solution on your end. And that's it. It's just nihilism. This is all just nihilism, part and parcel package to deliver everybody else. And all you're going to do is grip off of men who are going to be like, oh, crap, I don't know how I'm not going to fall into the 20% that women are chasing. Because guess what? Orthodoxy also asks you to improve yourself, better yourself, be physically fit, because all this is also included with this, including tradition, community, and shame and everything else. It's all built in. We don't have to outsource daycare because we have a community family where we can outsource this too. It's all built in, where you don't have a built-in program. You have to actually flee and have individualism. That's all you offer. That's all I heard this whole debate.
All right, yeah. Scope, any final thoughts on that, or do you want to move on?
Yeah, he was saying, you should go to the church and basically go get this traditional woman, this traditional woman that you're going to find. Go find her in the church. Dude, if you know anything about the church, you were even ranting about the church yourself, basically saying that the church has become very feminist and very feminized. You were ranting about that earlier. If you go to the church right now, guess who you're going to go find? You're going to be finding single moms, women who are basically have already played the field, and then now they're ready to settle down, and now they're basically in the church. You're not finding basically young hot women who are basically prime time and prime age to be at the churches. You're just finding like I said, leftover women is what you're finding at the church. And this is your prescription to men. Go basically, of course, I'm not even surprised that this is your prescription to you men, because your leader is basically, somebody who basically wifed up a mother of single kids, multiple men, basically 3 different men, multiple kids from 3 different men. So that's your prescription. That's not my prescription to men at all. I encourage men to be able to find young primetime women, to be able to get the best deal that you could possibly get, not but just scavenge over for whatever you can possibly get when the women have already had all of their fun, and now you just you find them at the church. It's like, dude, these prescriptions from this guy are just, they're not a winning deal for men. It's basically a losing proposition at best.
All right, thank you very much, Scope. So next one is John Smith for $5. Free agent lifestyle is jealous of me, a family man with a thick Latino wife. Keep your Legos and G.I. Joes. You stay scared. I'm fulfilled. Any thoughts on that, Scope?
Hey, listen, man, if you were so fulfilled in your marriage, I don't think you would even feel the need to be able to say this. You're married to a thick Latina, maybe to a fat Latina. I don't know. But anyways, if you were truly satisfied in your marriage, dude, I don't think you'd be out here basically talking like this. From what I'm seeing, you're really not. And, if you are satisfied in your marriage, good for you, man. That's, at the end of the day, I hope that for people, but then you can't save everybody like yourself. So it is what it is.
All right. Let's get to the next one. Matthew Sanders for $10. Thank you very much. Define free agent lifestyle. That's for you, Scope, I'm
That's for
assuming.
me. So the free agent lifestyle is very simple. These are the core tenets: peace, quiet, and freedom. Who does not want peace, quiet, and freedom? You tell me that. And the way to acquire this peace, quiet, and freedom is through two things: leverage and options. That means you have leverage in your relationships. You can get the best women that you possibly want. You don't have to settle for single moms and mothers of three from several different men like this guy is prescribing.
Can I respond
If
to
you
a
have
single
leverage
question?
and options, you can get the best primetime women that you want. If you want to then choose to get married to her, if you want to choose to make her, your wife and have kids with her, fantastic. I very much would like that for people. But I very much can understand that a lot of women are not like that. So if you do meet other women who are not traditional, we don't basically, take that option away from men, because we understand men are men at the end of the day. So if you want to have fun, you want to be able to do your own thing, you can do that. If you want to basically commit and make this woman an honest woman, you can do that as well. My prescription leaves room for options, unlike this guy who basically just has like the smallest opening, and that's his whole prescription. It's like for the 1% of the 1%, as I keep saying. His prescription only applies to such a small slither of people that it's irrelevant. My prescription, like I said, peace, quiet, and freedom. That's something all men want. All men would like to have leverage and options. So this is just a winning formula as far as I'm concerned. So that's the free agent lifestyle to define it for you, my friend. Hopefully you can become a free agent yourself.
Okay, Marte, I think you had something to say about that.
Yeah, I wanted to say something like three questions ago, but I was muted the whole time. So here's the thing, though. He says the 1%, there are 300 million Orthodox people worldwide. And when we talk about this, you're talking about millions in America. So this isn't a small percentage. And here's the other thing, too. When I actually asked you a question, you failed to engage with this. You've been an obfuscation machine the whole night. When I talk about the Orthodox Church, you went to just general Christianity. That's not what I'm talking about as a solution. My solution is the Orthodox Church. And when I say I'm going to go to the Orthodox Church, you've never answered the question, how would I not find a wife if I go to this church that only has a 9% divorce rate and then find a wife? How would this not be a viable solution even for me? You've never reconciled this. You keep saying, well, the general church has this and that. And I'm like, I'm not talking about that. That's craziness. And then not to mention that, but if Americans flee to a low birth declining rate, all you're doing is outsourcing birth rates to other countries that aren't ours. And then when you say the free agent lifestyle gives you solidarity, peace, and all this other stuff, yeah, great. Nihilism plus, that's great. It offers nothing else but sedentary lifestyle for everybody else to fap to their heart's content. And that's all you've offered is just nihilism plus. That's all I'm hearing the more that you talk. I can see that time.
All right. Let's move on to the next one because we do got a lot of questions coming in. Let's see. Scope. Thank you very much, Cynic, for $10. Thank you very much, brother. Cynic, Scope, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I don't know what's the relevancy of this question. I would feel fantastic if I didn't eat breakfast this morning, my friend.
All right. Marte, would you like to answer that one?
That was my answer. That's all I wanted to hear. That's brilliant. I like it. Let's keep going.
All right. Let's see. That we got that. Thank you very much, Wi-Fi Gospel, for the $5. Thank you very much again, brother. This is the Scope. Oh wait, we just answered that one. Make Australia great again. Thank you very much for becoming a member. Very much appreciated, brother. Hell yeah. Work Academic for $2. Would a 0% solution be more practical? I'm assuming that's for Marte.
So to me, if you give this is a really weird question to engage in. So if you talk about a 0% solution, that would definitely not be practical. To me, it's the answer is already baked into the question when you say would something that produces nothing work, right? We obviously know the answer to this. Yeah, that would definitely not be a practical solution. So if you go to where the most AD rates of self-deletion and even child deletion happen, I would say that that's least practical when we offer a solution of like, higher than 0%, which is 91% success rate, to me, that's an obvious solution that nobody wants to take because it takes sacrifice, hard work, and discipline.
All right. Thank you very much, Marte. Oh, Scope, you
Yeah,
had something to say?
I wanted to get at that question. I would say that's a fantastic question because his prescription is about as close to a 0% solution as it gets. So that's why this person has an astute observation, noticing that his prescriptions have a damn near 0% solution. Good stuff, work academics.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Matthew Sanders, for becoming a new member. Thank you very much, brother. John's Myth again for $2. Scope living in his fave place, make-believe land. Any thoughts on that, Scope?
Hey, listen, man, join the free agent lifestyle. You can live in make-believe land as well.
All right. Thank you, Caleb Smith, for $4.99. Scope doesn't know anything about apostolic, and his free agent lifestyle is actually okay with everything he says he's against. Any thoughts on that?
No, at the end of the day, man, I'm a realist. I'm able to, like I said, I'm very much a traditional at heart. You know, I'm a very religious guy myself, but like I said, I recognize the environment that we're in, and then you have to adapt accordingly. Human beings and the animal kingdom overall is basically about adapting. It's about adapting, survival of the fittest. The free agent lifestyle are the fittest. That's why it's going to be, you know, the overall hierarchy that we're going to be under. At the end of the day, you can basically decide to basically all gather up in this small crumb of land and basically try to, you know, keep whatever little thing that you guys got going on. But at the end of the day, the free agent lifestyle recognizes what's going on the ground. We're out here in the trenches. We're out here dealing with the women, and we're not just going to be idealistic. So he says, oh, I'm preaching against basically everything that I hold. I'm adaptable. At the end of the day, you need to be adaptable because modern women are moving ever so left. And if you're just basically, and you know what's a perfect example, actually? There was this story that recently ended up going viral. It was by this guy. I don't know if you guys have seen him. His name is Akash. He's like this famous comedian. And this famous comedian, he basically is a very traditional guy himself. And he said that he married his wife who was a virgin. And he was under this mindset of what this guy is prescribing. And it turned out he ended up getting exposed in the last 2 days as his wife was not a virgin. She ended up basically was doing all of these things, all of these videos of her living this promiscuous lifestyle came out. So he decided, and somebody had pre-warned him of this. One of these red pill guys, Myron, had warned him of this and had told him, hey, listen, man, you might not want to basically go with this woman. But he ended up ignoring all the advice, and then he ended up getting exposed at the end. The reason I use that analogy is because that's what this guy is prescribing. Just put on your horse blinders, pretty much block everything away, and, you know, it'll just work out. It's like modern women are not moving like that. This guy's leading men to the slaughterhouse, and he's basically telling you just don't look at women's past, don't look at women's behavior, you know. And this guy, the questioner, is basically saying, advising me to do the same thing. Well, we don't ignore basically the reality. We look at the reality, we assess it, and then we try to give the best solution to men. And that's what I'm doing here. So,
all right, Marte, I'm going to give you a chance to respond. But before we get to your response, what we're going to do here is if someone has a question for a specific person, I will ask that person first, and then I'll allow the other person to have any kind of rebuttal for that if they choose to. And then from there, we'll move on to the next question. So, Marte, what's your thoughts on that?
I'll be real quick, Vic, because I know you had a lot of questions, so I'm going to respect your time. So what he's proposed is he says we're adaptive and we conform to the world and lifestyle. Well, that's the difference. We don't conform to the world. If we have something that works, like we're going to stick to this. My definition of tradition is an experiment that's proven successful over a period of time, which we have demonstrated. Yet they conform to the world. If the court system bucks back, we're going to respond in retaliation and leave and have escapism. To me, this isn't a viable solution. We don't focus on adaptation. We focus on consistency, firm, and tradition when it comes to results that actually have proven successful over a period of time.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Marte. Now we're going to move on to Wi-Fi Gospel for $5. Thank you very much, brother. Free agent lifestyle equals giving your life for yourself. Christianity equals giving your life for others. We are not the same. I'm assuming that's for you, Scope. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, enjoy getting used and abused by modern women. You know what? At the end of the day, like what just happened with Akash, he thought, he's basically giving his life for this woman, and he basically got publicly humiliated. So at the end of the day, if you're going to take the risk with that, and you just think that you're some kind of good serving, doormat, by all means, go ahead, go be a doormat.
All right, Marte, your response?
So, real quick, I just want to address this. He brings up Akash, who doesn't have an apostolic marriage as far as, I mean, an ecclesiastical marriage at all. He just brings up non sequiturs and diverts. He's been an obfuscation machine the whole night. I can see that time too.
All right. Okay, Scope, we're going to give you the last rebuttal, and then we're going to move on, okay?
Yeah. My last rebuttal is just I have until about 11:30. It's now been about 2 hours and 6 minutes. So I just wanted to give you the heads up. I don't know how many more questions we have, and we're going back and forth. So
okay, all right, we'll move on right now. Let's see. Wi-Fi for $2. Scope is so strong and independent. Flex W Meninist. Any thoughts on that, Scope?
Hey, listen, man. At the end of the day, I do what's best for me. My guys will continue to do what's best for them. To the rest of the denomination, if you guys want to basically be, mules and end up getting used by modern women, do your thing. At the end of the day, you'll suffer the consequences of it. We'll be living our best lives.
All right. Average Redhead, thank you very much for the $10 dono. Scope, if the free agent lifestyle is about bettering yourself, aren't the women you're criticizing just doing the same thing? Aren't they just bettering themselves?
Listen, I already said that modern women are doing what's best for them. So men must basically be taught to do what's best for you. If women are going to be doing what's best for them, and you're basically going to be doing what's best for women as well, which is, traditionalism, essentially, you could boil it down to men protecting women. Well, if the women are going to protect, or if the women are basically going to be protected, they must submit. But women are not willing to submit. So as the quote goes, entitlement, or there's a famous quote out there. It's like basically responsibility without authority is slavery. And that's essentially what these guys are preaching. They're preaching responsibility, but then you don't have the authority over the women. So then you're a slave. So good luck being a slave.
All right. Thank you very much. John Smith for $2. Listening to S. Cope was not my proudest fab. All right. Just a joke there. Thank you very much, John Smith. And thank you, Ken, for $5. So go overseas and up the birth rate in a foreign land while your own country's birth rate goes down. That's his prescription. LOL. Any thoughts on that?
So I would like to ask this person, what are they doing to up the birth rates here now? They're not doing anything but just coping on the internet, typing me questions about how I'm going to save the birth rates in the United States. Nobody's saving the birth rates in the United States. Not Mr. Ecclesiastical Marriages himself. Nobody is. So at the end of the day, recognizing the current situation and adapting to it, that's all you can do.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Ken. Flavius for $10. Thank you very much, brother. Are men leaders? If so, will women not go where the men are? If they are not, where do these women go? Scope, I will let you answer that one first.
Yeah, so in this society, what we have going on right now is that the women are basically leading themselves. Men have gone far more right nowadays, and that's just proved in the last election where men overwhelmingly voted conservative. What happened with the women? Did they say, oh, the men are voting conservative, let's follow their lead? No, they did the exact opposite. They moved even further left. Their number one issue was abortion. So it just literally goes to prove that these guys are just coping. They think, oh, we're just going to operate in this traditional way, and then the women are going to follow. All right, good luck there, buddy. And it's proven by real life stats and basically data that just because the men do something, the women will not necessarily follow.
All right, Marte, I'll let you respond to that as well. Then we'll get to the final question.
I'll be real quick. So, if you're talking about leaders, when we have an intact family in a marriage, I would say an ecclesiastical marriage, we're actually producing men that women won't resent and will actually follow. And the reason why I can say this is because if you look at the rates of people during single families, the rates of incarceration, recidivism, and everything else with his lifestyle that he purports to have increases single dads who have more molestation that probably happen, more abuse that could probably happen, 56% of recidivism, prison incarceration, all this skyrockets. But when you look at the Orthodox religion, there's less divorces, which means more intact families, which means more male leaders and more masculine patriarchal structure, which I haven't even heard an argument all night. I've just heard complaints from his end. That's my time with that.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Martin. Now for the final question of the night. Thank you once again, John Smith, for $5. Thank you very much for your generosity tonight, brother. Free agent lifestyle equals happy they have WWE action figures. My wife bought me a motorcycle and makes me sandwiches. Scope, get married. Any thoughts on that, Scope?
You know, man, if your wife makes you sandwiches, good for you. Honestly, you know, at the end of the day, it's like this kind of guy, for example, even though he's taking shots at me, it's like that's what we hope for, guys. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, man, I wish all guys could be in nice, happy marriages like this guy whose wife ended up buying him a motorcycle, makes him sandwiches. If you have a wife like this, man, I would encourage most men to marry them. But then we just have to recognize the reality of what we're dealing with. Are most women out here lining up to make women sandwiches? Is that what's happening? That's not what I see around me, man. And that's unfortunately, a lot of guys don't see that. So for you, sir, we're happy for you. Great job.
All right. Thank you guys very much for all your questions and for all your donations. Very, very generous tonight, chat. Chat. Thank you guys very much. And also thank you very much to Base Scope for being here today and debating with Marte. Marte, same to you. Thank you very much for being here today, debating Base Scope. Marte, where can people find, not Marte, Base Scope, where can people find you?
Hey, so I just wanted to end with this, man. I really do appreciate, you guys giving me a platform to be debate here. Marte, I didn't even know him. We just ended up, having this dialogue on Twitter and then basically ended up here in this debate today. So I don't even know, I don't even know you or your platform, but hopefully maybe we might be able to do some more debates in the future. Marte, man, even though we disagree on many topics, I still give you the props for, setting this up and for, debating me. At the end of the day, this is what's going to really make a difference here among men debating each other, men having these tough, contentious conversations. And at the end of the day, battling it out. And, this is what men do. It's like back in the days, we used to battle it out real life. Now we're battling it out in the space of ideas. So at the end of the day, whether we agree or whether we disagree, this is what we're supposed to be doing. So I do appreciate both of you guys for giving me the platform to debate you guys. You guys can find me on X. I'm on there as Based Scope. You guys can also find me on YouTube as well. The link for my YouTube channel is on my X page, but that's also the legendary Scope as well. And I just made a new page. It's called Free Agent Scope, which is actually the page that I'm talking to you guys from here. So I do appreciate the platform, and you guys can find me on X and on YouTube.
Thank you very much, Scope. And yeah, you're welcome back here anytime you want to debate. You did a good job for your first debate. You did a pretty solid job, Scope. So credit to you for that. And yes, thank you for being here today. And Marte, where can people find you?
I am the illustrious host of On the Edge with Marte. You guys can find me at my channel, On the Edge with Marte Reyes, and you can find me on X as Mighty Marte, where I've met my detractor right here. Once again, my opponent has never addressed the argument tonight. He's just uttered complaints. He also has no solutions. I want to congratulate my opponent. By the way, while you were talking, I looked up the word contentious. It doesn't even exist. It has no definitional result that shows up in the search. You've done this several times in the debate, which is pretty entertaining by you, but I am rather fatigued from doing this. I've been doing debates for a very long time. Just came back from doing a debate in LA, which I'll be on Jubilee again, doing other debates. I have no personal ill will towards you or anything like that. I appreciate you actually meeting me on this debate platform to do a debate. I respect you a lot more because you actually showed up and didn't duck or dodge. I appreciate that. So I'll give you that due respect for real. So that's from me to you. Yeah, you should do more debates. And become more competent in formal debates. That'll help. I'm not going to comment on your debate being needing brushing up or anything like that. Just stick at it, and maybe you'll get better in time. But you guys subscribe and like to this channel, hit the like button and share as well too.
And I just wanted to ask, actually, what's this platform here, like this YouTube channel?
Oh, it's called Cool Vic. It's KEWLV1C.
Cool Vic. And you're on Twitter or any of these other platforms?
Yeah. I'm on Twitter as well. It's the same thing, just Cool Vic, spelled the exact same way. That's where you could find me. Here, let me remove this banner right here. That's where you could find me, pretty much down here on the screen. Just search that up and I'll come up.
All right, cool. Sounds good, guys. It was a pleasure to meet you guys. It was a pleasure to debate. Hopefully, audience, everybody, hope you guys have a good night. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scope. Thank you, both of you guys, by the way. You guys made history. First debate on this channel. Thank you guys very much.
Let's go. W's.
Yes, W's. All right, guys. Well, I hope you guys all both have a good night.
All right, peace.
Later.
Take care.
You too, Marte. All right. All right, here we go. Marte, let's see. Hey, Marte, you're still here. How's it going?
It's going good, man. I think that was a little different. I've never been in rough waters like that in a long time. Usually, when I'm debating somebody, they'll usually like let me respond. I didn't really have like a enough grounds even because I try to get responses out, but it was like through his interruption. Notice when he was talking, I didn't interrupt him one time. I was able to be gracious and talk for a period of time. But then it was like during the debate, I'm glad that we can kind of have this little sidebar discussion. So when I had this question that I really wanted to nail him down on, it was like, oh, it's just too much for me to handle. There's no way I can answer this question. It's all these assertions. Mind you, it wasn't an assertion. I was just asking a simple paradoxical question. Couldn't even engage in this, didn't engage in the hypotheticals all night. And it was like, dude, the prompt, you're leaving this and running from the prompt the whole time. And it was just crazy. I did see Chris Mike in the chat saying that's very low for you to comment on him saying contentious. It's not even a real word. It's just like, I just caught that and I'm a grammar Nazi, so forgive me. It's like, it's so crazy.
Yeah, no problem. How did you think I did as a mod? Did I do all right? I tried to do my best. I wanted to be impartial and, be fair and stuff. I didn't want him to feel like, oh, you're just ganging up on me and stuff like that. And
so I have a question. Did you come out with the poll yet? Did the poll get in the chat?
Yes.
There you go.
That's actually a good
now
question.
We're cooking.
All right. So the poll, yes, who won? And
because
Marte,
if you're asking me how you did as a mod, that's how I find out how I did as a debater. So quid pro quo, right? I'm going to tell you. Yeah, tell me, right?
That's true. Well, 82 votes, 91% said that you won, Marte.
Oh, that's got to be Photoshop because the free agent lifestyle. Coach Red Pill has to be. How many books did he sell again? Oh, there's no way that. It's so stupid. Anyways. You know what? Yeah. That was good, man. I think that the debate was good. I like the format. The only thing that I would say as far as a criticism is probably like I would say the next time do like a 2-minute rebuttal and a 2-minute rebuttal. But other than that, open dialogue. The only reason why we had to go to the score clock is because they weren't really disciplined. They wouldn't contain themselves. They were interrupting me with the monologue, and it's like it's bad. That kind of like is the only criticism I have because it was because of somebody just kept interrupting the whole time. It wouldn't really function in this format. They were going outside of this, and here's the thing I wanted to avoid the whole time was like, can we stick to the topic? And I kept telling him this, and this isn't like a remark against you, but I'm gonna tail this back in. He kept going to Andrew Wilson, and I'm not here to debate and defend the man's family. I'm here to defend the prompt. Well, it's like I think the thing that I would say is like when you start doing more debates, you're going to start catching more shit and stopping it when you see this, because I think that a boxer who turns into a ref is going to be a way better ref because he knows what a low blow is and recognize because he's had low blows on him before. So it's like when you start doing this, I think that one good thing that I would say is when you start doing more debates, you're going to become a better moderator. And that's maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think that that's a good prescription here.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, I tried my best to. That's why I said let's keep it to the debate, and you did a good job of keeping it to the debate, because if you wanted to, you could have been like, well, you're King Coach Greg. You know what I mean? You could have easily have went down that route, but then the debate would have just became Coach Greg versus Andrew
Derailed.
Wilson,
Yeah,
and that it would have just been derailed. So I did my best to try to mitigate. He would throw in little things here or there, but I was like, dude, if he keeps bringing it back around, then I'm gonna have to really stop him. But I think you did a good job, Marte, because like you said, you did keep it on topic, and I think you did a great job as usual, Marte.
Well, here's the only thing I'll say that's even a critique of myself. I think from the outside looking in, if that's even possible, if I can even do that in my imaginary construct of the mind here, I would say that when it comes to the prompt, the only thing I was thinking is like, if I can prove that it's practical, that I've won the debate, and he hasn't been able to debunk that it's not practical, even for 1%. If I can win 1% and it's practical for society for even this 1%, that's the debate. And he literally like kept avoiding this, but I'm just like, whatever. But and the funny thing is like, he did the same thing the First Amendment did with Andrew Wilson, saying, well, since I won and I defeat you on this debate, and he kept doing this. And I'm like, are you the only arbiter of the debate determining whether you won or not? This is crazy. There's a poll, right? And it's like, well, I don't know, but it is what it is, man.
It is what it is. Like I said, 91% said that you won, Marte. So if we're going to go by democracy, right? My democracy. If we're going to go by my democracy, the people voted for you, Marte. So thank you very much, Marte, for being here. And thank you for everyone for joining for the first debate. I hope you guys enjoyed. Leave your comments down below. I'll be back here tomorrow streaming. And I'll see you guys later. Make sure you subscribe to Marte, by the way.
Real quick, Vic. If I can say one last parting word for the debate, for the chat right now, I do want to let you guys know I'm extremely exhausted and extremely fatigued right now. So I'm going to part ways and recover from this extreme fatigue that I'm experiencing right now, because my black card's been revoked like months and years ago. So trust me, I feel the same way right now that probably many of you feel. But anyways, I appreciate you guys showing up, sub to his channel, and also comment, subscribe, and also share, because sharing is caring. So Christ is God. I'll leave you guys with that. Thanks for
Christ is God. Thank you very much for today. Yep. Yeah, no problem, brother. Hope to have you back again soon.
Sounds good. Yep. Oh man, that was one hell of a crazy debate, man. That was a crazy debate, guys. Like it was insane. The guy wouldn't answer a question the whole night. I literally just asked him the first question, and he wouldn't even dive deep when it came to all this stuff. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and open up the floor if anybody wants to jump on, because I got a little bit of time. I got some time, right? As highly fatigued as I am right now throughout this whole debate thing. That's the problem with debating people. I put the link in here if anybody wants to come up and kind of discuss the post-debate thing. Never had people come up post-debate and talk before. But this is the problem with this whole thing, is like he would never answer a question. Not only this, but I asked him, what are your solutions? I have a solution. Proceed not to tell me any solutions at all. And then not to mention this, when I've proven that it's practical for even 1%, remind you the prompt says ecclesiastical marriage is practical in today's society. And I've proven that even if one couple can have this, that defeats the whole prompt. That's all I had to do to win the whole debate. It's just that if 99% of the policy, or I would say the populace, doesn't want to adopt something that's practical, who cares about that? Because I'm talking about the part that does adopt the prescription that I can give that's practical. Meanwhile, they have baby deletion rates sky high. All he's offered is individualism as a religion and fleeing the country, and then promoting birth rates in other countries. I'm like, well, that's not a solution. How is this not leading to nihilism in the nation that we have? So to me, it's like, this doesn't make any sense. I'm just going to flee the country and be an expat and then wipe up a bunch of people out here and produce babies. Just craziness. It's, Vic, this guy fled the country of his own channel and went to our channel. So are you free agent? Is that why you're here? I don't know. This is crazy.
Yeah, no, brother. I tried to I wanted to, call you off, but like I saw you're still streaming. I was like, well, I do want to talk because see on my channel, I don't want to go back and they're like, hey man, they talk shit on him as soon as some unbiased mod. You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. That's why I
So
left. That's why I left, Vic, for real. I
yeah,
left
but
because I wanted to make it seem like I was throwing the jab, but also I will tell my jab. I'm going to tell my chat we're not in cahoots. This guy's a neutral moderator. The reason why he's showing up here is because we've now showed this distinction between that was the debate. This is separate. This isn't the whole debate. This is separate. So there's a distinction. We have this. So this you can't include this with the whole debate panel that you just had on. Just showing this right now. So if anybody clips this, this is not the debate. This is just sidebar banter right now. That's it.
yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, this is just sidebar banter. But yeah, no, I thought you did good. I thought, to be honest, like, his arguments anyway were just a lot of cope. There wasn't really anything new. Like, I thought of several like rebuttals as he was arguing, but obviously I'm the mod. I'm not gonna come out, well, hey, what about this?
Yeah.
But and then I saw people like in my chat, like some of the Coach Greg. But my main thing was they kept trying to bring up Andrew, and I kind of wanted to be like, well, dude, listen, we could bring up Coach Greg too, and be like, well, Coach Greg does this, well, Andrew does this, and blah blah blah. But it's like, dude, stick to the actual argument. And I felt like once we took Andrew out of there, I felt like it stayed better to the prompt. You know what I mean? So I don't know what you thought about that.
He didn't even stay to the prompt even then. He tried, but it's like he went back to these old ways by saying, you don't even practice this or telling me what I do and I'm not in the trenches, making all these assertions. I'm like, you don't even know me. We just met on Twitter and had some beef and you wanted to do this debate, which I don't back down from debates. He went on to other subjects and then he started arguing for secularism and Christianity, like other forms of that may not even be us, and then went to Akash Singh, his whole thing, which isn't even the marriages that I'm prescribing for society. And then I'm just like, where is this guy? He's all over the place. But then what I kept saying during the whole debate is I said, well, I guess I'm going to babysit. Let me handhold you back to the prompt. And I kept doing this. It's very funny because the chatter said, why are you hiding behind the prompt? I'm like, well, that's the whole point, because if we can stick to the prompt, it's not hiding. I'm actually just being firm and consistent to this whole thing, whereas he's not. He's actually levying personal attacks towards people that aren't me, towards me, obfuscating, and then all these non sequiturs that have nothing to do with the argument. It just leads to nihilism and black pill stuff, and that's all I wanted to present was like, okay, since you don't have a solution, let me give you a hypothetical of like this well situation where I thought about this on the top of my head, where I was like, if you have clean drinking water and only 1% of these people are drinking and it works for the family, why would you not want this? Wouldn't that be a solution? Notice, didn't even engage in that hypothetical at all. Went on to something else with Coach Red Pill, and I'm just like, well, okay, can't engage or do any of this stuff. That was crazy.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, look, it's just it is just nihilism. It is just you do you and stuff. My whole thing is just like, listen, is it because they're like, well, it's all about taking care of yourself and being a man and being what's best for you, and it's a very selfish mindset. And uh I would want to bring in is like, well, is it very manly? Is it to just give up on trying to find a good woman and settle down and get married? Like, is that a very manly thing to do? Just give up, or you know what I mean? Because that's what I feel like these men do. They just kind of give up.
Yeah, and that's the thing though, is like he brings up a good question though too, is Angel Berber for $10 says, Scope, why don't you apply the same logic to business and making money? Entrepreneurship has high risk and failure rate, a lot of legality, market volatility, government policy outside of your control. Flavius also says, good show tonight. God bless you. I appreciate all the super chats. I didn't see this because I was paying attention to Vixen, which is his chat was going crazy tonight. So shouts out to his chat if you guys are tuned into this chat as well too. You guys are definitely kudos to you guys and gold star for you guys. Here's the problem though, is with his prescription, he just kept offering, let's increase their birth rate. Let's give them marriages and tradition. Let's evacuate the United States, where I'm like, so all your prescription is just to leave the United States destitute and agree and conform and fold the feminist agenda. So I'm like, how are you not westernized feminist in male suits? you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. And yeah, I see work academics is in here. He says Vic is just mad because he's not allowed to have a collectible room. Well, actually, I actually did used to have a collectible room. I told the story in my stream. I had a collectible room. I had like pretty much all my consoles. I have a nice little video game console collection. I had all my wrestling memorabilia. But I had my little Coach Greg room too. The thing is though is that, but the thing is that once my wife got pregnant with our daughter, I chose to take it all down and set it up as a nursery for our daughter. My wife didn't tell me to do that. I chose to do that. In fact, she told me, no, you should keep it up and we could figure something else out. I was like, no, like I don't need this anymore. Like our daughter's like more important. The family's more important. And so that's my thoughts on that.
So Vic, I will say this though. This is what I'll say. Remember what I talked about climbing up this hill to get the clean drinking water for my family in future, and how I said it takes a lot of work, sacrifice, but people just don't want to be disciplined to go about going up this hill to get the solution-oriented drinking water. So what you offered was like a viable solution in your own anecdote by saying, you know what, I'm going to forego self to serve other people and look at this bigger agenda. To me, it's like, how can a woman not look at that as a true patriarch of the family to say, you know what, I'm going to serve and sacrifice for other people, in thus invoking discipline, suffering, and also sacrifice, so that way my lineage and progeny can adopt this and map this onto society for future generations to come.
Yeah, exactly. Because they want to talk about discipline. Yeah, like what about the discipline in doing what's best for yourself and your family by doing the right thing by your family, by being a loyal husband, doing things like sacrificing your collection room for the nursery of your daughter, fighting for them and things of that nature. I think that takes the greatest discipline of all, not just doing whatever you want. That doesn't take discipline at all. Anyone could just do whatever they want. Anyone could be a free agent and just be alone and do whatever you want. I think it takes greater discipline to sustain a successful marriage.
Well, if you think about it, they're breaking tradition actually, because since the dawn of time, men have died on sinking ships as the women and kids floated off on life rafts. Right, the whole thing of duty to and country to nation to religious sex, things like this. That's always been the mainstay of the day. And when we talk about theology, which is in cultures downstream from theology, culturally, we've always had a prescriptive measure, that's tradition, that has always kept our lineage alive. And we wanted to replicate this to map onto society. So if you think about the free agent lifestyle, we map this on, it would look something like this. Nah, bro, get to the life raft before she does, bro. And your kids are there. You can make more kids, because as long as you're going to have peace on the road, of these waves that are going to happen, you'll find an island, bro. It's bound to happen. And it's like, well, this is duty to yourself and individualism, which is now a religion unto yourself. Now you're deifying yourself. So it's like, I don't understand how this doesn't work, because this is spirituality, which is just no accountability and nothing but tapping to yourself to sleep at night in a cold bed.
Yeah, exactly. And then just waking up alone the next day,
Yeah.
But I got to get going, Marte. I could smell the dinner that my wife's cooking me from here, and I'm getting really hungry by the second.
So based. It's like,
so
I want to say this, chat. Did you just hear that right now? There's nothing better than a home cooked plate. A home cooked plate from a woman that adores you and loves you is magic, gentlemen. Never forget this. The magical wonder of a home cooked plate can do to a man, can revive you, recover you. It's literally like a sensu bean if you get this. Now, the Greg Pill lifestyle, whatever this is, I guarantee you they don't know the magical wonder of one plate, how simplistic, magical this is to men who work and slave all day long to provide for their families. Anyways, I appreciate your base rhetoric and actually these anecdotes that you keep offering, which keep proving my whole point. It's like, that's a prescription. How could you deny that? Anyways, I'll let you go, man. I don't want to tie you up.
Yeah, the whole time Scope was talking, I was the only thing I kept thinking is, man, I can't wait to go downstairs and have dinner with my family. I could smell it from here. And I was thinking the whole time in my head, like, man, this feeling right now that I have smelling that dinner just disproves his whole argument. So
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
All right, man. I appreciate you being on the channel, man. I'm gonna let you go. I'm not gonna tie you up. The wife needs you, man. This is definitely good.
Hell yeah, brother. Make sure you all smash that like and subscribe to Marte. Keep doing your thing, brother.
Appreciate it. Take care.
You too.
All right, chat. This has been a real good time. Hold on real quick. I have a super chat. Average redhead, $10 said Scope briefly mentioned going overseas to get a wife. What do you think the chances are these women that the free agents look for overseas happen to be religious? Well, I don't actually know. If you go, it depends on where you go. Greece, you're going to run into Orthodox people. Russia, most base, you're going to run into Orthodox people who've actually banned the LGBTQ flag and all this and all the LGBTQ agenda. They've shut it down, which is very base, by the way. If you think about this, the chances are probably going to be pretty high, even though, because you're talking about religion. So if you go to the UK, you're going to run into Islamists nation, which is going to be like 50 years from now at the rate that they're going. You're going to run into religious women. It's like, what kind of religion do you want to run into? So the same thing that I offered Scope in the religious debate was saying, well, what kind of American are you? Like the film Civil War. Well, what kind of Christian are you? Are you talking about Jehovah's Witness? Are you talking about, LDS Mormons, all this? It's like, well, you don't want to go to a church that has a women pastor that's leading and say, well, this is a base church for me. It's like, well, if women are mapping this on, that means that the woman should be the head of the relationship because she can be the head of the church leading men. So it just depends, man. It just depends on what kind of religion or tradition that you want to adhere to. And I don't know if that it really answers your question, but the chances are pretty high that he probably can run into somebody religious, especially if he runs into like somebody outside the States. The Philippines, Christianity, as far as Catholicism, is like the mainstay of that nation, and it's pretty high. They have like Orthodox churches there as well too, Christian churches, very big Christian country and community actually too. Spain, all these other countries. So yeah, the odds are high. The only problem with this is he's promoting other birth rates instead of ours and outsourcing. The same thing that gay relationships do. Because in a lesbian relationship, when the sex fails, you go get more batteries. When you can't make a baby because you can't impregnate another woman, go to the sperm bank and get this. If you can't protect your family because there's not a man in the house, outsource and get a gun that men make and men produce and make bullets and ammunition for. Everything is outsourced. So to me, I think that his prescription is the same as a gay relationship because they have to outsource everything, flee the country, outsource everything because you don't have a solution here. So let me just flee and just figure out what happens. So I think it's just risk taking at its finest, nihilism plus. And that's it. So appreciate the super chat. Crazy stuff, man. Flavius says, God bless you. 100% right. A home cooked meal for you is always going to top a 5-star restaurant. Yes, it's very magical. The art of a plate, a woman cooking a home cooked meal, nothing beats that. That's literally like magic to guys like me, guys that are traditional, guys that love a based household of patriarchy. I think it's great, man. So crazy stuff, man. Vilk Moda says if he leaves, he can't come back. He's their problem. Yeah, I would assume so too. But yeah, it's crazy work. Academics as nations are not of God. That is why the devil offered Jesus all nations. Well, here's the thing though. All nations can be of God. That can be possible. So if Satan offers God all these nations, he's offering something that's fake, right? Fake. Although we can become a Western Christian nations, that can become God. So I feel like that's also missing the whole point when we talk about this. A nation can become a Christ-like nation. Doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean that's what Satan's actually fighting at it, actually. So a conversion rate that's against Christianity, Satan would fight this the whole time. So I think it's the opposite. That's also true. Average Redhead says, thank you for I tried to answer your question as concise as I could. And I like talking and elaborating a lot, right? Ken says, for $10, says, ecclesiastical marriage addresses the failing birth rate issues directly. And it's mostly Christians who push back against abortion anyways. What are his? Had no prescriptions at all. I asked him, I was like, I mean, as far as this, we actually have it here. It's against abortion, against baby deletions, right? So if we think about this, it's like we are against baby deletions. We're against all this Planned Parenthood nonsense. We've had a tradition that's been successful over a period of time. And a tradition to me is an experiment that's proven successful over a period of time. I sound like I'm kicking a dead horse. But here's the thing, though. If you have something that's replicatable and you can replicate success, why not go with this? To me, the free agent lifestyle is just nihilism. Plus, they can't replicate anything. Where are your examples? Can you show me anything else? Because Coach Greg Adams has had a divorce. He got, I think it's like $200,000. He got graped in court right now, so he's not a good example. I could have brought him up because he kept bringing up Andrew Wilson, who is a beloved family member and a patriarch to me. To me, I look at the Wilsons as an example of what to adhere to, because even though we could talk about past, the reason why I don't demonize somebody's past is because that would mean that baptism means nothing. Right? Baptism is recovery and actually a death to your old life. So if somebody was baptized, I would never speak on their old life because that died. These people don't get it. They're big dummies. To them, it's like, I get baptized and it doesn't mean anything. It's like, okay, so of course this would mean nothing to you guys. That's why when I talk about Andrew Wilson, I respect and revere this guy so much. They could say, well, she's a 304. She's had all these babies from. Listen. The woman was abandoned by people in the past. This has happened. You can't demonize women for this. And then not to mention this, but how are they not upholding a Christian structure? This is ecclesiastical as a family. They're together. You will not want intact families of a father, mother present. They have this. She's a base stay-at-home mom. Andrew has suffered and slaved, and I don't want to make this about Andrew. He slaved and suffered so that way he himself, just like Cool Vic, can escape into a home-cooked warm meal at the end of the day, well given and rewarded to him. I look forward to this. How would I say that this isn't a prescription that I can adopt? If I date somebody who's a single mom whose dad fled them, or their kid's dad fled them, or a widow, how would this be bad if the kid's dad died? How are we just demonizing single moms? This doesn't make sense either. So anyways, yes, prescriptions, they don't have any on their spectrum. Like, it's just pathetic at the end of the day. Wolf Moto says, I'd rather have noisy kids and home-cooked meal. Oh, so delicious. I'm hungry too. Then some lonely apartment, pink lighting, pretty sympathetic. Yes, he did have the pink lighting popping off. Crazy, right? Wolf Moto says free agents will just have kids they don't know and a child support garnishment in their free. Yes, they don't have any answer for that, man. When you have a cohabitating lifestyle, it actually gives the woman more power. You have least power given to women through an ecclesiastical marriage, but in court, if you have a live-in, a union, or anything like that, you're actually giving the woman more power because there's actually no community that's going to shame her, no community to which she respects or adhere to. She doesn't probably believe in God anyways. So God, of course, isn't going to be in the court. Greg Adams has said this too. He's espoused this too. It says, there's no God in marriage and there's no God in divorce because you don't bring him in marriage. Of course, I would agree. There is no God in marriage and no God in the divorce court. If you don't bring him in the marriage, if you don't have an ecclesiastical marriage, of course he's not going to be in there because you're omitting God you're actually banishing God from your marriage. I would argue against that every day. You know, you want the most successful prescription, which is Christ in your marriage. For sure, man. We have to think about these things at the end of the day. Scott says Scope's prescription is collect stuff, be self-serving and selfish. Colette, I think that was a typo, but yes, be self-serving and selfish. Yeah, for sure. We have to think about at the end of the day, we are here to be of service to other people, not to ourselves. When we think about this, how is this not nihilism plus? Because if I lived a life of nihilism, I would have a lot of peace, a lot of quiet, a lot of loneliness. What does it sound like? The person on a bridge about to jump off and delete themselves has nothing but quiet, loneliness, and peace on the fall down. Yeah, this doesn't sound like something I would prescribe to society for sure. Like, this is just abandonment of duty, abandonment of other people, abandonment of nation. This is not even American idea as an ideal in itself, because we have a duty to our nation, do we not? Even secularists could agree with this, right? Crazy stuff. You know, extremely crazy. Scott says, oops, collect stuff. Yes, this just materialism and nihilism plus. That's all they have is an argument. You know, this has been a really good debate. I still think that it was I'm not going to be in the middle of a debate and being like, I just whooped your ass 2,000 times and I won. Since I won and I defeated your argument, it's like me walking into a room and telling people I'm an alpha male. Do you guys know that? I'm an alpha, said the least alpha male in existence. If you're an alpha male, you don't have to tell everybody that you're alpha. If you're winning a debate, you don't have to tell everybody that you're winning a debate. In fact, he actually elaborated on this and repeated this ad nauseum. I won the debate since I whooped your ass, since I won the debate. I'm like, wow, this is extreme cope during a debate. Usually people have cope streams after the debate, not during the debate. So that's a form of cope as well, too, because if you can't wait for the examples, or I would say the results that happen, i.e. the poll in Vic's chat, or even the moderator saying you did good or anything like this. Vic was actually benevolent from saying that he did good. The reason why I don't think that he did good is scope was all over the place. He was not even focused on the debate. The argument wasn't concise. I kept going back to the prompt. Scope kept evading the prompt, wouldn't answer a single question. The first question that I asked, he had such a hard problem with dealing with this that I couldn't even get to the question. He wouldn't even let me get through halfway the question before he can answer this. Oh, you're just making assertions. No, I'm just asking a question that creates a paradox that I wanted to still never got an answer to this. The guy's been like a obfuscation machine, a question answering, avoiding machine. And to me, I'm just like, this is crazy. So I'll tell you this, chat, tonight. Debating smart people is pretty good. It's pretty challenging. But when you debate stupid people, it's tougher because you have to babysit the whole time, as I said in the debate. So that's what I'm saying. It's just tough, man. It's extremely tough. Flavia says, 100% we submit to Christ and his ways. By our actions, they will know us. Yes, the fruits of the Spirit, as the sewing circle Christians could also say. But yes, by our actions. Yes, I do believe this. I think that faith without works can also be dead as well, too. I think that we have to adhere to a firm, fair, consistent structure. It doesn't change. Notice how even Scope in the debate says, we adapt to modern society. 2,000 years of apostolic tradition, Christian society hasn't adapted to society, which is successful because we're not falling prey to feminism or anything. We're not making female pastors, none of this stuff. We don't adapt. We have a stronghold of consistency, which is firm, fair, consistent, successful relationships, which he hasn't debunked all night. Whereas they've adapted and changed. Like they're changing. I mean, you can be a chameleon and say, well, I'm still a lizard. No, but you're changing colors and stripes as society. So I think that you're bowing the knee to feminism the more that you change as a result of feminist approach. So I think that this is bad. Crazy stuff. So I don't understand his argument at all. Ken says sometimes it's okay to affirm that against leftists, they get so mad about it when we say we won already. It's crazy, man. The whole debate, I never said I won because I didn't need to, man. I didn't need to elaborate or scream on mountaintops that I ever win a debate. You guys don't ever see me do this. I'll never say, I just won the debate, bro. I don't have to do this, man. If I'm beating your ass at a fight, I don't need to tell you I'm winning as I'm standing over the guy, because actions in actually the court of public opinion, which is the comment section and everybody else, will tell me I win. It sounds better if the public tells me I win than me telling the public that I just won, right? It sounds better for a woman to tell me I'm a good husband as opposed to me telling her, hey, I'll have you know I'm a good husband, right? This is literally how he sounds. So I don't know. Just crazy. Will Boda says, Marte, any idea on his age? I'm guessing he's in his early 21s. I'll tell you, I don't know, but he's undisciplined for sure. Rough around the edges when it comes to debates, inexperienced for sure. But, I'll debate anybody because, as you know, even if I lose a debate, I win. So it's a W for me regardless. I don't believe, in my own recollection or on my own accord, I don't believe that I lost this debate. Just my own personal opinion. If we could separate this from this whole conversation, that's just what I think here in my noggin. So for sure, Average Redhead says, I like the argument that orthodoxy won't work because it's not popular enough from Scope. Straight up straight up cope with him. He just wants to do whatever he wants. Yeah, it's crazy. That's the only argument he had. It's because it's not popular. It doesn't work. If I have a solution that works, but it's not popular, does that mean it's not a solution? That's literally was his logic, right? That was well, a lot of people don't want that solution that works, so it's not a solution. What? How retarded this guy says? Crazy, man. So Ken says, well, if you really want, you can say it. Checkmate. Yeah, sure. He was screaming on the mountaintops, checkmate, I won the whole time. I don't have to tell people I win, man. Zynga with the Zynga, you killing me right now. My sister in Christ. You notice how he said my non-brother in Christ during my opening. He seemed can't even breathe. Try not to laugh. He seemed zesty to me. Dude had a little bit of too much zest. In the black community, that means like I don't want to say the F slur. G-H-E-Y, gay. Like it's very gay. I'll say that. Crazy stuff, man. Ken says Rob does it sometimes. It is so funny. The ops just doesn't understand what happened to them. Rob Noor is just that good. Yeah, crazy, man. Crazy Cope. I felt like I was getting a debate with Cope slivered or a dash of Cope, in between segments of this debate. It's crazy because I feel like I don't want to handhold people in debates if they're inexperienced, but I'll tell them that I'm handholding at the time, right? I'm not going to be like, well, I won. Well, that's not for me to decide if I won a debate or him. I would say it's you guys, actually. You guys determine whether or not we won or not, because at the end of the day, if you have somebody on the fence, and there's fence sitters in debates all the time, I'm not here to convince him of my worldview. I'm not going to change his mind, clearly. I'm here so that way, if somebody in the audience is sitting on a fence and they're undecisive, now they're decisive because Marte had a better argument. That's the person who I'm debating for. So that way the 5,000 people, whoever are at home watching this debate, can say, you know what, Marte had a really good point, man. He makes a lot of sense. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe I should just change my life a little bit, So that's what I'm saying. It's just crazy. Wolf Moto says the pink light. No, yeah. So crazy. I tried not to pay attention to this, but this is what happens sometimes. This is what happened. Like I said, he tried to bring this about the Wilsons, and then he tried to make attacks about me. You don't live this life. You don't even know what I live, bro. Like it's like that's the thing. Like rough around the edges, no debate experience. And I told him during the beginning of the debate, I was like, bro, I before we even went live on Cool's end, when we went live on his end, before that, I even told him, I was like, bro, I went to your channel and I saw no debates. So you don't have any debate experience or anything like that, right? He said, well, mostly no debates. And I said, well, no, there is none. And he said, well, you know what I mean? I was like, no, mostly means that there are some, right? And I was like, I even told him, I was like, God, man, I don't want to crush you before the debate. It's so stupid. Like, I was like, oh, is this how the debate's going to go? Like, you're just going to be a self-defeating libtard? It's literally, I sounded like a libtard in disguise, a covert liberal. So crazy stuff. Flavius says, Soviet Circle Christians care more about tone than the message. Your point about the water, is that to a T? And you said, we have to work for that clean water. Yes. And mind you, this came from the top of my head with that analogy. Like, but people don't want to work for this clean drinking water, something that actually works. They don't want to sacrifice climbing up this hill to get to it or discipline themselves. They just want what's easy, which is the brown water everybody else is drinking, which is defunct and not working. Really bad stuff, man. Crazy, crazy stuff. The same way that CGA conceded the debate in his opening statement against Andrew by affirming that marriage is good and what built America, they just do it to themselves. Yeah, he actually agreed. He says that marriage works on the Twitter when we had the exchange too. Look, Lotus says Marte went by default. He never addressed the prompt or answered a question. Yeah, he never did, man. Yeah, smash the like button, by the way, too. I'm going to answer a few more before I bounce because I am starving. I don't have a wife. but I'm working on that. I'm looking for a based wife. It's going to happen. Not only is it going to happen, but I also have a belief that if I'm firm, period, consistent in being the patriarch of a husband before I even get married, that this is bound to happen. That's why I have a viable solution. Mimetic Militia says, yesterday I spent 4 hours arguing with him on his stream. Wow, you argue with that guy? How crazy. Just going off on Andrew and Rachel, I had no idea him and his friends were Vic's first debate panel guest. Yeah, man. Wild stuff, man. Small world, by the way. Crazy. Scott says, Wolf Mode, I agree 100%. He started spurging with when Marte called him on not dealing with the prompt too. Yeah, man. Total spurg fest, man. Crazy stuff, man. Flavius says, hey, I agree with you. Matter of fact, let me leave this chat up right now because this is so base. Get off Marte and enjoy the hard-earned victory. God bless you all. And I will repeat this notion. God bless everybody else. Christ is God. Let's get back to this next time when I show up, which is tomorrow night. I have 2 debates back to back. I will be debating Mo Rebuttal, which is going to be a pretty good, you know what? Tonight was the one that I wanted to win. Got that, accomplished this. So here's the thing, though. Let's go ahead and bring this up. This is the debate that's going to happen tomorrow on my channel, me versus Mo Rebuttal. Red pill manosphere causes more harm than good for. I, of course, will be defending the red pill. Because I want to dive into this, but Mo could be watching. I also, again, don't want to give the game away. I'll talk about this pre-stream tomorrow, as will be on Speakeasy's channel, and I'll be doing that debate then too. So yeah, this will be good. Was this really the first debate moderated by Vic? Good job, Vic. Yes, it was. Definitely was. Scott says, get some rest. You earned it. Yes. Vic did a great job for his first moderation. Flavius said based. Yes, it's all based. But anyways, I am starving. I look forward to making my own meal because even though I'm not free agent lifestyle, guess what I'm living? The same lifestyle they have, which is no wife, nothing like this. And I would advise against this because I think that this is nihilism. Should I choose to accept this right now, me making my own plates? Wouldn't it be nice if I had a wife make these plates, these magical plates that rejuvenate my spirit, my heart, mind, and soul coming home? That is love. Matter of fact, if I ate this plate, such magic, I recover 1,000%. And I'm ready to tackle the dragons that face me in the world tomorrow. So that way I can come back home and recover to a nice home plate. That is magical. So yeah, this is good stuff. I am proud to be a part of Vic's first debate. That was a wild ride, man. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this and are entertained by this debate as well, too. Yeah, Vic popped his... Why defend the red pill if you are not red pill? I have to tune in tomorrow. Good job, though. We can defend the red pill because it's a descriptive packet, right? A data packet. That's really what the red pill is. So if you think about this, there's overlap in this. So if I say what's a reality, calling a duck is red pill. How is that not, something that could actually conjoin with Christianity? If I was to say, well, she looks like she's a hoe, how is this not red pill ideology? Christian could recognize somebody and say she has a pattern of sleeping around. That's bad. Red pill people would say, well, that's descriptive. She has a pattern of sleeping around and this behavior is not indicative of what I want in a wife. Both red pill, both people agree. There, now I just defended this. How am I wrong? So it's like, yes, for sure. So yeah, bring me my plate, woman. Oh God, one day I'm going to say this. And yes, I am biting off of Andrew Wilson's swag when I say this. Bring me a beer, woman. I want to be able to say that at least once. And you know what? This woman that brings me a beer, a magical beer in a magical plate, she's going to get the love of kings, right? Kings, all this, right? The love of everything that's patriarchal, Christ-driven, right? So, my fearless ironclad moderator says, I bet scope he's sitting down. So crazy. Anyways, I'm out of here, man. You guys have a good night. Because I have to beer magically, yes, when I'm in a patriarchal covenant marriage, which I look forward to getting, but I'm going to announce it. Matter of fact, and oh God, I keep trying to ditch, but you guys bring up good points. Andrew Wilson said he will be at my crowning when I have a wedding. Andrew and Richard Wilson are going to be there. So I plan on having them, possibly Jay Dyer show up, and my beloved extended family, which they are. Andrew and Rachel, if you guys are listening, I love you guys dearly. You guys are good, man. I admire your relationship. Your love for one another is like you can't even put a piece of paper between you two. That's the kind of love that I look forward to experiencing. And because I know that you guys are living this, I know that this is practical because it's not a fairy tale. You guys are living it. God bless you too. Andrew, I love you. Rachel, I love you. Your family. God bless you all. I appreciate you guys giving me and everybody else this prescription. That's why I'm here debating, because I want to see everybody else live this covenant marriage. And this is good. Anyways, that's my time. I'll talk to you guys, and I'll see you guys here tomorrow for another debate since I'm doing back-to-back debates. All right, you guys. Peace.